Ahem, ahem, ahem. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing fabulous today. Oh my gosh! I'm in a void. I forgot. Okay, hold on. See if I can fix this. The light, it's blinding. Okay. Ems, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome back to the stack for the 8th month. Enjoy your emotes, your sub badges, and your ad-free viewing. Ems, Mantis, what's the... Thank you for being the first ones to arrive. Welcome in. Lovely to see you, Leah. What? Lovely to see you, Leah. I forgot how to speak for moments there. Hi, Sweeney. Welcome in, Jazza. I can most likely be here the whole stream today. I'm so proud of you, Mantis. Thank you for working your butt off, or good job working your butt off. Get some rest today. Hi, Evertalk. Welcome in. Recovery update. I can sit up and wear soft pants, and I went to the nearest grocery store. That's great, Ems. Recovery update for me. It's basically fine now. I have to be careful not to, because I'm not supposed to lift things more than 20 pounds, but, like, I don't even notice it anymore, so I have to actually remember to be like, don't do that. Yeah, I'm, like, perfectly fine. I'm going to, for my checkup appointment next Tuesday, so hopefully that should go fine. Hi, Miko. Welcome in. 98% himbo. Dang, Miko. Hi, Fireheart. It's good to see you. Look at all the green names in chat. Hello, hello. Jess, thank you so much for the subscription for the 43rd month. Enjoy your emotes, your sub badges, and your ad-free viewing. Y'all, it is a cozy Friday today. I am very happy to just grab my blanket and hug it. I need that. You know what else I need? Ems, thank you so much for summoning sneakers. And lest we forget, Sneaky. There we go. You can get even more cozy. How are you doing, by the way, today, Jess? It's lovely to see ya. If y'all are not following Jess is an amazing streamer here on Twitch. Make sure you go give them a follow. The Void just got back. 43% himbo. Snacks? What kind of snacks did you grab, Sweeney? 2 bags of snacks? That could be anything. I don't know. What's everyone's favorite, like, snack? Like, you are a little hungry. It's 2 a.m. You gotta put something in your mouth. What are you doing? I'm a huge fan of pretzels. I feel like pretzels are underrated. I feel like potato chips are just kind of eh for me. Some of them are okay, but... Ooh, cheese is a good one. Honestly, cheese and pretzels probably go really well together. Midnight cheese. You're burning the midnight cheese. Toast with butter. Ooh. It's pretty intense for a snack. I don't know, when I think snack, it's like, I don't want to make anything. I just want to pull a bag out and eat. But, you know, some toast is good too. 6 slices of toast. Woo! I imagine being in a toast phase. That's can't be me every day. Biscuits. What is a Harbio Bala Bala? And I'm sorry, I don't know what either of those things are, sweetie. Kajets? Catjess? 9 minutes late. Bees, we've talked about this. No, you're fine, Bees. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Oh, the candy? That candy is like... Isn't that gummy bears? Or am I thinking of something else, maybe? What game are we playing? We're playing Board Game Simulator today. Whoa, look at it. I was playing this morning, and I died, and I'm like, well, I guess we're playing it during stream now, too. I died for the first time. This never happens, chat. Oh. We are on Ascension 11 now, and I died to the Act 1 boss. That would be lovely, Bees. If you can get Eric to send me that, I will gladly do that. I imagine I'd be under NDA, though. Haribo has a bunch of different candies? Okay. Fair. I don't consider candy a snack. I don't know. Like, candy isn't something I snack on. Like, I'll have a few pieces of candy a day, maybe. But, like, not a lot. Oh, speaking of which, I have my candy behind me. Whoa. Look at this candy. Look at that candy. Sour Patch Kids strawberry. I don't really want it right now. It's too early in the morning for Sour Patches. I do have these. Kind of forgot I had these. These are more like a snacky thing. Pecan Parlines. They're like candied pecans, basically. They're actually really good. Here, I guess I can show you like the top. Candied pecans. They're kind of like caramel cinnamon-ish. Actually, are they cinnamon? They're definitely caramel. Ingredients: sugar, pecan, butter, corn syrup, natural vanilla flavor, salt. I guess sugar is caramel, so. They are very good, though. I just ate, though, so I'm not super hungry. I don't buy candy or sugar often because I have a very poor self-control. I kind of have a similar problem, Peas. I tend to not keep those things available to me. Having said that, I've been better about it lately. Yeah. All right, let's get started here. So we're not going to play solo mode. I don't know why I had that on there. Okay, we're going to put 11 Ascension because that's where I left off. There's only like 2 more. If I can beat 11, 12, and 13, I am done. I am free. Although these are the hardest ones, believe it or not. All right. Then we got to choose our characters. We're going to be playing as 3 different characters here. Ironclad, Silent, and Defecto. I don't really care much for the Watcher, so we will not be playing as the Watcher at all. And then we press this Start Game button, and it's going to load it all up for us here. Hi, Mel. Welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely day so far today. If you don't know the lovely Mel is an amazing streamer here on Twitch. You should all go give Mel a follow. How are you doing today, Mel? Still recovering from the Barbie movies? Emotionally? I know I am. All right. So, one thing I always do here is I put stuff in a specific place that I'm used to having it. I always put the poison up here because I use it in fights. And I put my shivs over here. And then for the defect, you go over there. All right. So for those of you who are new to this game, this is very similar to the Slay the Spire video game. It's just kind of in board game form. The big difference is you can play multiplayer. And I am playing multiplayer, but I am controlling all 3 characters. You can have up to 4 characters because Watcher exists. But I find 3 is a good balance from what I've enjoyed so far. So as you play with more characters, things scale up in the game and get more difficult. So 3 out of 4 is a pretty good spot. Slay the Spire, slay your enemies. Precisely, Inch. Welcome in. Trying to recover from staying up too late to read. I read a whole book after you went to bed. Oh yes, the Ratatouille one. I will not elaborate on that further. You said it wasn't that long though. All right. The idea is that you go to these different rooms. There are 3 acts. So Act 1 goes up and fights this boss here. This is the Hexaghost. It tells you ahead of time kind of what boss it's going to be. I can actually flip this now. You can kind of see the terrifying things that this thing can do. So on here, you can see how there's 4 of these. This determines the total health of the enemy. So since we have 3 players, that means that it's going to have 120 health. And then over here, we have a track. Basically, on turn 1, it's going to start here. Turn 2, it's going to go here. 3, 4, 5. So you can kind of see what it's going to do. And if it does get all the way to the bottom here, it goes back up to the top. So it's not just dead or anything. We have to kill it still. And you can kind of read the damage in here as well. So this is saying that it's doing 1 damage to everyone. That's what that means. This symbol here. And it's also putting 2 fires into everybody's deck. So those are these down here. So put in your discard pile. They're unplayable. At the end of the turn, they take 1 damage if it's in your hand. So we're not likely to draw those until a little bit later. But if they're in our deck, when they're in our hand at the end of the turn, we take a damage. so it ends up doing more. Okay, so a lot of things are going to be like that going forward, but this is the first boss, so we have to get stronger before we can get there. If I tried to fight this with my starter deck, I would just die. There's no chance at all. But as you're going through, you get upgrades and rewards. So you're going to have the first combat, which we're not going to look at yet because we still have to do our starting bonuses. But there'll be a first combat here in a minute, and those enemies will be a lot easier to kill. It won't do nearly as much damage, and when we kill them, we get card rewards and things like that as well. But as you're going through here, you get events. So events are randomized from here, so you might draw something like this. Every time I've drawn this event, it's always been the first one, so I have to discard it. But this lets you fight another elite, basically. But you might get something like Lab. So each player gains a potion, roll the die, and one player gains another potion. So potions are another thing you can get that make you stronger. However, they're only one-time use. So you usually use them to get by the boss or by these elites. So speaking of these elites are here, 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 and here. I don't think there's any more. When you fight an elite, it's like a much more powerful opponent. Especially at this Ascension, you expect to take quite a bit of damage, but you get powerful rewards. You're rewarded with a relic and a card reward. So these relics can be pretty good. Here's an example of one here. At the end of the turn, if you don't have any block, you gain one block. So instead of blocking, you might instead be able to just have that and not take damage. Another one might be Duality. And this is a good time to explain this. At the start of every turn of combat, you roll this die. So we got a 5. And that kind of determines some RNG. It determines what the enemies are doing sometimes. And it also determines if any of your relics trigger. So if instead we got a 2, we would gain 2 block. And if instead we got a 4, we'd do 2 damage to one enemy. So if like this is a permanent effect that's always in play, but it doesn't guarantee that it triggers every single turn. Okay. Other things on the map here, campfires. When you go here, you can regain 3 health or upgrade a card in your deck. So you can just make a card in your deck stronger. Usually you want to upgrade, but sometimes you have to rest if you're gonna die, because once one character dies, you lose. So it's important to manage your health as you're going through. At the end of the act, because we're on Ascension 11, one of the things that happens is we only heal 4 HP at the end of the act. So once we beat the boss, we only heal 4 HP. So that's something to consider as we're going through. When we fight the boss, we sometimes want to be at a little higher health, because even if we beat it without taking damage, we're only going to heal 4 at the end. One of the Ascensions we have too makes us start damaged as well, which is a little troublesome. Okay, that's a basic explanation of everything. A few other things will start to make sense as we play them more. But the first thing we have to do here is everybody gets what's called a whale bonus. So it's Niao's Blessing, who's this whale with 3 eyes. I think it's a whale. All right, everybody gains 3 gold, which we were already given to start with, and a card reward. So card reward works like this. This is your reward deck. You roll this and you flip it 3 times, and you get to choose one of these cards. So every time you beat an enemy, you also get a card reward. Whether it is a elite or a regular fight, you always get a card reward, and you'll also just get to start out with one here. Now, something very important in Act 1, this is true for the video game as well, not just the board game. You need some damage in your deck immediately. Because if you can do a lot of damage, you can kill the enemy before it can attack you, which is very, very important. Oh, you read that one the day before. This was a different one. Wow. Just finished the first bag of candy. Congrats, Sweeney. Should I play an incremental game or pizza baking game while I watch? What is it? Whatever you'd like, probably. Now, this is still kind of a hard choice, because Dagger Spray is good in Act 1, but it's much worse later in the game. So this does 1 damage to everyone in a row. So like we're going to get our enemies kind of like laid out like this. It'll do 1 damage across up to 3 to 4 enemies. Sometimes though you don't have multiple enemies, and it does that damage twice. So it'll do 1 damage again. So if you get strength or something, this can get really strong. Crippling Cloud applies a poison and a weak to every enemy in a row. Now, a poison does damage at the end of the turn, and it ignores block, which is really nice. And Silent is also really benefits from card draw, although not so much yet. So Backflip is a really good card for Silent, but I think I have to take one of these two because we need to do damage early on. The starting deck is worse in the board game than it is in the video game. The strikes are basically useless. At the beginning, they're the only source of damage you have, but 1 damage in this game is like nothing. They scaled everything down by like a factor of 6. I mean, the strikes in the video game are already pretty bad, but in general, the strikes in this are much worse in my opinion. You generally do not even want them in your deck past like Act 1. And generally, you can get rid of quite a few of them. There are more opportunities for card removes in this than there are in the video game, because it is a shorter game. Okay. So I'm probably going to take one of these two, but I'm going to see what else we get first, because everyone gets the card reward at the beginning here. Okay. So it's going to be really hard for me not to take Dark Embrace. Dark Embrace, both in the video game and the board game, is one of Ironclad's best cards. Ironclad really struggles with card draw, and Dark Embrace makes that a lot easier. I know I was just talking about damage, but I think we are going to take the Dark Embrace here. It is going to make us weaker now, but it's going to make us so much stronger later. We're not, like, with the size of these reward decks, we're not likely to see a card twice. It could happen, but it's not like a likely occurrence. I might take a damage card if it was a good one. This is not a good one. Ironclad doesn't get like big draws sometimes, and you're not likely to have a lot of strikes in your hand. And even if you do, if I had 2 other strikes in my hand, this does 5 damage, which is good, but it's not like amazing. Like it's just kind of okay. And that's like the best case scenario. You're not likely to draw this with more than 2 strikes in your hand. We are going to take the Dark Embrace here and potentially just kind of hope past that point that we can survive long enough for it to be useful. All right, we're gonna draw 3 here. Oh, I forgot. Hold on, I'm streaming, so I forgot to do this. Okay, so one thing I do is I use the claw deck. This is on Tabletop Simulator. The claw deck is really cool because it makes the claws better, but it also like pollutes this with so many claws. So I always take out 4 of them. There's not supposed to be 8 in here unless you're like mad. So this still leaves 3, which is more than like the average card. Okay, come on, game. There we go. But 8 is way too many in here, so I forgot to take that out before doing that there. So let's try this again. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So unfortunately, Streamline isn't good until you have any powers in your deck, and by the time you have powers in your deck, you don't really need Streamline anymore. I've taken it once or twice, but since there's no powers in my deck, it's just not very good yet. Recycle is an amazing card, but you need to have cards to work with it. It's like a good utility card. Sunder is incredible here. So at the very beginning of the game here, enemies tend to have less than 5 hit points. So this just insta-kills an enemy and then refunds its mana cost, its energy cost immediately. Hope you're doing well, Chill Gardening. So we are going to put that directly on our deck. That's a way for us to kill enemies very quickly and not have to worry about it. And then I have to decide over here. And I think we are going to take Crippling Cloud here. It is a hard choice, though, between these two. Both do quite a bit of damage. And there's a lot of AoE. But we're going to have to, I think, Crippling Cloud is going to be the one we go with. Fights early on tend to last a little longer. All right, and then we get one more benefit here. So we can either upgrade a card, gain 3 potions, or gain a rare card reward, which would be 3 cards from this deck, and then gain a curse. Curse is like one of the worst things you can get here, unfortunately. Curses like add a card to your deck that isn't useful for anything at minimum, and has the potential to be really bad. So ideally, we do not want to do that. However, our card upgrades are not amazing either. So we would almost certainly at this point upgrade Crippling Cloud, which would add another poison, which is pretty good. The 3 potions are probably is definitely worth considering. I'm going to come back to this one. I'm going to do Ironclads first while we're thinking about it. Hey, Coconut. I'm sorry you have the flu. I hope you feel better soon. Tabletop Simulator is pretty easy to use. So to get other games in it, you go into the Steam Workshop for it. You might need to just Google how to do that, but there should be a button on the page, and you can just download games there. I read the descriptions of the ones you download. Some of them are old and outdated, so make sure you're getting one that's good here. Okay. So I said that curses are bad, and they are bad. but they're less bad on Ironclad. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to take a curse, which I'm going to do now. Oh, I don't get to search. Sorry. All right. So we get Regret, which is one of the least bad ones. So I draw this. It does nothing, but it stays in my hand, so I don't need to get rid of it, which is kind of nice, actually. And then I'm going to get rid of... So Transform means take out 2 cards and add 2 random cards to your deck. So I'm going to take out 1 strike and 1 defend. Arguably, I should just do 2 strikes, actually. Hold on. The problem is there's no damage in this deck. So I'm going to take out 1 strike and 1 defend, just in case. Ideally, we get some damage from doing this, but that's not guaranteed. Okay, so let's get 2 cards, 1 and 2. We did not get any damage. Okay, that's not very good. Those are both good cards, though. The problem is we don't have any damage in this deck. Hopefully we can solve that soon. Okay, it's gonna be a tougher first fight. All right, we can upgrade a card, we can remove a card, or we can lose 2 HP and gain 10 gold. Now, gaining 10 gold is good if we go to an early shop. Looking at this map, I'm not super interested in going this way, which is the only early shop. We could hold on to it till later, but 2 HP really hurts in this late Ascension. So we're probably going to do one of these 2 things, and Defect really benefits from upgrades, so we're probably upgrading a card. I'm probably going to upgrade the Sunder, actually. Being able to do 7 damage, I know what it upgrades to because I've done it so many times. It'll upgrade to 7 damage and then do the same thing otherwise. It just makes it so much more useful early on. So we are just going to upgrade the Sunder. That should allow us to just like one-shot kill a lot of enemies in the early game. So the most dangerous enemy just goes away. Okay, we did this. We did this. So we still need to do Silence. Hi, DMNC. Good morning. Welcome in. Yeah, it really is chill. And they're doing some updates to it soon to hopefully make things even better. Okay, I know I said curses are bad, but we really need some strength. A Crippling Cloud upgrade just isn't that good. I think I would take that otherwise. So we are, in fact, going to take a curse. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us too much. Ooh. That's one of the worst ones, but okay. And then we get a rare reward. So we get to look at 3 of these cards. Oh my gosh, those are good ones. Those are really good ones. Okay, Wraithform is so much worse in tabletop than it is in the video game. So we're probably not going to take that. It's also really hard to get into play and not super useful until later. So we're probably not going to touch that. That leaves Envenom and Storm of Steel. Envenom is a ton better in the board game than it is in tabletop. The poison is so much stronger. There's not that many ways to apply poison. Having said that, you need attacks. And we do not have multiple attacks yet. However, Storm of Steel, which is also a lot better in the board game than the video game, gives us a lot of attacks, and they're all pretty good. Storm of Steel on a regular turn, on turn 1, it can do 6 damage just by itself. And then on turn 2, it can do like 4 damage by itself. And if you're done with the turn and you don't have anything else to do, you can save the damage for another turn, which is really nice. So we are going to go ahead and take that. The other 2 just cost too much right now. 3 energy is all of my energy on a turn. Eventually I'll get ways of like making things cheaper or getting more energy on a turn, but right now those are just too much. All right, and that sets us up for the first attack, for the first guys. So let's figure out what happens here. All right, so on turn, at the beginning of every turn of combat, we roll this die. So we got a 5. Now, normally I would look at what relics that triggered, but we do not have any relics yet. So with a 5, we just get a 5. But it does determine what the enemies are doing. So let's see here. On a 5, these 2 are attacking Defect. So we are taking 3 damage here. This is how I like to do this, just so I can at a glance, see exactly what's going on here. So we got here and here. Each one, this one's doing 1, this one's doing 2. Now, these 2 enemies also are a little confusing. They've only got 3 hit points. However, those 3 hit points are a little boosted. So whenever it takes damage the first time, it gains 2 block. So if I just did 1 damage to it, it would immediately shoot to 4 hit points. because it gains 2 block, which blocks the next attack. Block does not last through the turn though, so you could do 1 damage on one turn, and then it would be down to 2 for the next turn. So that's something to keep in mind with those. Cultist, very straightforward. It does 1 damage, and then it gains a strength every turn. So next turn it'll do 2, the turn after that it'll do 3, 4, 5, 6. You probably want to kill it before it starts doing more than like 3, because it gets really hard to block that. All right, and then down here we've got the small slime and the acid slime. Unfortunately, we are taking damage everywhere here. So this is doing 3. This puts a status in your deck. Specifically, it puts the days, which goes on top of your draw pile. So if I let this hit me this turn, it will do 1 extra damage. I'm sorry, it will give me -1 draw to the next turn. Is this green path music? Yes. All right, so everybody's taking damage this turn, so I can't just like avoid things here. And then now what we have to do is we draw from our deck. I always like to shuffle first to make sure I shuffled. You always have 3 energy unless you have something that boosts it. So we're going to start with 3 energy here. And Silent has a benefit that the first turn of combat, we draw 2 extra cards. So normally you'd only draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But Silent gets to draw 2 more. So 1, 2. Okay, and this would be an example of a really good turn. So Silent is in fact taking 1 point of damage right now. But we have 2 sources of weak. And if we use either of these, that subtracts 1 from whatever damage that someone is dealing. We probably might use that up here. We're going to have to see what other people can do. But one of them we can use here, and we can take 0 damage, and that means we don't have to block. So we can instead play other things in our hand. Now, what I'm probably going to do here with Silent is I'm going to neutralize this guy here. And then I'm probably going to either Crippling Cloud the top row or the bottom row. And by doing that, that row will do significantly less damage. So it will be -2 because they're both attacking. So this one will either be doing 1 or this one will be doing 1, which will make it a lot easier for my friends. And also it does damage at the end of the turn. And then I still have an energy left over, which I could use for Storm of Steel and get 1, 2, 3, 4 shivs, which allows us to do 4 damage somewhere. So this is a really good turn 1 for Silent. All right, let's draw on Ironclad. Let's draw 1. That's a curse. 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is not a good draw. Not even close. Okay. I can gain a block by playing Second Wind. It will exhaust the Disarmed, unfortunately. But that might be necessary because unless we happen to kill everything, we're not likely to be able to block otherwise. Ironclad does gain a health at the end of combat, but I'm already down 1, so ideally I'd like to take 0 damage if I can. All right, let's come over here, and we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was a really bad draw. I really, really, really wanted the... what do you call it? I really wanted the Sunder, but we will very likely get it on the next turn. And one of the nice things about what we've drawn here is I have 3 block. So I cannot touch these guys at all, and I still will not take any damage. So I think that's probably what we're going to have to do here. I'm already seeing the plan come into play here. I'm going to do exactly what I said I was going to do on Silent. I'm going to neutralize my Cultist here. Cultist is now doing 0 damage. He also took 1 from the neutralize. So he's down to 8. Then we are going to play Crippling Cloud. So Crippling Cloud says exhaust, so it does not go in my discard pile. It goes over here. That costs us 2 energy. And it's going to apply 1 poison and 1 weak. Like so. And the poison's up here. Okay, so I'm going to put the poison below just so I can see it. Now, at the end of the turn, this poison will do 1 damage, but not until the end of the turn. So basically this one and this one will lose a damage, or lose a health. Now, in addition, since these are both weakened, we're only actually taking 1 here now, which is important because Ironclad can only block for 1. But I am immediately going to... Oh, wait. I forgot about Ascension Bane. I can block for 2, actually, if I want to. I could play Disarm first. I'm not really seeing a point to that, though. We have enough weak. It's not going to hurt us. Oh, we have enough weak for this turn. I'm already blocking for 1. 1 damage isn't going to make that much of a difference here. Yeah, we're going to Second Wind. We're going to disarm first and then second wind. That costs us 2 energy. It gains us 1 block, which is all we need. It also exhausts the Extender's Bane because it's a non-attack card. And it applies 2 weak. I'm going to apply the 2 weak here because I'm worried about this guy getting stronger before we can kill it. And this will allow us to ignore it for a little longer. Okay. And now Ironclad has 1 free damage. I don't know exactly where I want to use that yet, so I'm going to come back. And unfortunately for defect, I think we're just full blocking. So block, block, block. That does this, and it gives us 3 block. And then we have no energy left, so I'm just going to discard these. So my turn is done. However, you'll see that we have these little orbs here. At the start of combat, we channel 1 lightning. So that's the lightning that's already here. And then this lightning is going to deal 1 damage at the end of the turn. But we don't know where we want to use that yet, so we're going to hold off for just a second. Now then, you are not done yet. You have 1 energy left. You are going to Storm of Steel, which allows us to discard all the cards in our hand and gain 4 shivs. So each one of these represents 1 damage, and it counts as an attack. So I could potentially kill something here. I think the thing I definitely want to do, I'm going to use one of these. So I'm doing 1 damage. I'm going to hit this guy. Then he immediately gains 2 block. But I'm not going to kill it this turn. I just want to waste its ability so that it isn't used next turn. And then at the end of the turn over here, we're not exactly done, but we're done with this turn. So I'm just going to count this now. We do 1 damage, and I'm going to do that here as well. So that does 1 damage, and it also wastes this here. Okay. Silent does have 4 damage here. The thing is I'm going to have this 4 damage available next turn as well, so you can hold on to this, right? And I don't know what's going to be the biggest threat next turn right now, because I don't know what I'm going to roll on the die. So I think it's actually good for me to hold on to this for the next turn, because right now everyone is full blocking. No one's going to take any damage. I don't know what the biggest threat is. We've already wasted these 2 abilities, so we're going to hold on to that. At the end of the turn, both of these take 1 damage from the poison. The poison does not go away, so next turn they will also take 1 damage. Okay, and that is the end of our turn. It is now the enemy's turn. This one, on the start of the enemy's turn, they're going to lose all their block. So these guys go back in here. Okay. And then they deal 3 damage, but I blocked for 3. So 1, 2, 3, full block. We don't need to worry about that. Okay. This guy here is going to do 0 damage, but it's going to use up the weak to do that. And he's going to gain a strength. So next turn, he'll be doing 2 -1 for the weak. So just 1 damage. Okay. You're going to do 1 damage down to 0 because of the weak. You're going to do 2 damage down to 1 because of the weak, but we did block the 1. Unfortunately, in addition, you're going to put this on top of my deck, which does suck. I always put it face up because it doesn't matter. I know what it is, and that makes it so I don't accidentally shuffle it into the deck. So that is on top of the deck, which does suck, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, and that is the enemy's turn. I'm going to just erase the damage here so we know it's done. And we're going to roll. Let's see what we get. A 4. All right, let's go ahead and mark what everyone's doing here. We're taking 2 over here and a weaken. The weaken's not that big of a deal. Defect doesn't really do that much damage anyways. Right here, we're taking 1 because we are weakened, or the cultist is weakened, but it has a strength to counteract that. So it is doing 1 damage. And we're only taking 1 here. So this is what I meant. Like, this guy seems like a big threat, but this turn he's not really doing that much. He's providing a weaken, which will be -1 toward damage, but that's not nearly as big of a deal as taking damage. All right. So it is no longer turn 1, so we only draw 5 cards on Silent. Okay, that's kind of a weak draw, but that's okay. We can do a total of 7 damage if we need to. We probably want to block, but we're going to see if this guy's even alive. It might not matter. You draw 5 cards, including this one. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's a... Ironclad's not doing so hot right now. Ironclad doesn't have any very valuable cards right now. So we're kind of just coasting until we hopefully find something nice. All right, and then you're gonna draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we did not draw the card we wanted to here, unfortunately. Sunder is within these 2 cards here. I can shuffle so I can show it. So it would have been the one on top. Yeah, both 2 of our best cards unfortunately ended up on the bottom of the deck here, but that's okay. I can shuffle, so it doesn't really matter. Let's see here. So ideally, we're just going to kill this guy so we take no damage on our defect here. That should be not very difficult to do. We only need to block for 1 on both of these guys, so we're actually in a pretty good position here. We can do all of that stuff, and damage will continue to kind of tick away. Unfortunately, this guy's going to keep getting stronger, so we do want to maybe do a little damage there. The thing about Ironclad, though, is he has 3 cards and 3 energy. I didn't boost this back up, but we get 3 at the start of every turn. So I can just block for 1, and now I'm not taking damage on Ironclad, because you're only taking 1 anyways. And then, at the end of the turn, this is going to exhaust, and it doesn't do anything yet, so I'm just going to take it out of my hand. We retain this card, so we're not going to discard that. So we have 2 damage that we can put anywhere now on Ironclad, but we're going to decide where that goes later. Defect is in an interesting spot. Defect's probably almost certainly going to kill this guy here, so he's going to take no damage at all. We're probably going to do that with his dual cast. So dual cast evokes an orb twice. We only have 1 orb, but it evokes for 2. And since we're evoking it twice, it'll do 4 damage. But we can choose where both instances of that 2 damage go. So we're going to evoke this lightning orb for 1 of our energies. So we had 3, and now we're down to 2. So that orb is gone, but it does 2 damage twice. We're going to kill the important guy first. So this guy has 2 health, and now he's down to 0. Okay, and the other 2 damage, we have to decide where that goes. So we don't need to kill this guy, because he's going to be dead next turn anyways. And we're already blocking the damage he's doing. So he's kind of actually irrelevant. And this person, the occultist, is the most dangerous in my opinion. So I'm going to put 2 damage into you. I think that's probably the most important. Now, this is going to exhaust at the end of the turn. We have 2 energy left, and we're not going to play the defend, so I'm just going to discard it now, because we're not taking any damage. So I have 2 free damage here. I have 2 free damage here. I'm just trying to figure out what's best to use it on. And I have 7 here. We might just be able to kill some things pretty easily. We were at 6, yeah. Okay. I'm going to save the shivs and just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage elsewhere. This just kills the cultist. How much did it have? 6. And then we still have 1 more float damage, which I'm going to use here. And I'm going to rather my defect not be weakened, since it's really easy to avoid. So I'm going to drop 1 more shiv on this guy. And then the 2 at the bottom are the only ones that matter now. We used all 3 attacks here, no blocks, but that's fine. Just put that away. We used both of these attacks, and we used both of these attacks. So we are out of energy on everyone, and we have done everything that we can do. We're blocking for 1 here, which is all that matters. The strength doesn't matter anymore because this guy's dead. At the end of the turn, they both take 1 damage. Okay, you're doing 1 damage, which we block, and you're applying 1 weak, which we will accept. And then we roll our die for the next turn. All right, this time it's a 3. Same thing as before. You're doing 1. You're weakened. I don't think we need to worry about this too much, though. At the end of the turn, this guy's dying no matter what, because he has a poison on him. So before he can even act, he'll die. And then we just need to do 2 damage here to make sure this guy dies. And we have 3, so we don't even need to draw this turn. It's already over. Okay, we can get rid of these poisons now, because the combat is now over. We won. We didn't take damage, which is great. End of combat. We gain 1 health on Ironclad, so we're up to maximum. We also need to make sure we clean up our inventory a little bit here. Inventory might not be the right word. Our deck. So we did pretty well there. We managed to kill without even drawing Sunder, which is probably our best card right now. Ideally, we'll draw it a little earlier the next time we fight something. At the end of combat, we gain rewards based on the top left here. So we gain 2 gold and 1 potion. So 1 gold goes here, 1 gold goes to silent, and then we get a potion. You can move the potions around freely between combat, and combat's basically over now anyways. So I'm going to put this here. So we have the Sunder. This would allow us to play the Sunder twice. If we kill 2 enemies with it, we'd actually get 6. We'd actually get refund the cost and gain another 3 energy. And Sunder is just the best card we have to play twice. So this might be pretty useful in an upcoming important battle. And then no matter what, there's always a card reward on these guys. So everyone's going to get 1 card reward. So let's go ahead and draw 3 here. Okay, this is an example of a really hard pick. So Acro is extremely strong on Silent. However, it's not that useful yet. We don't have anything that really scales with discard. We don't have very many things to draw into. Predator is a high cost card, but it deals 3 damage and it allows any player to draw 2 extra cards this turn. So there's a lot of good reasons to use Predator. You can draw 2 more cards on Silent and then be able to discard more, which is really nice for if we have it with our Storm of Steel. Or if someone has a bad draw, you can help them out. Blade Dance is also really good, and it scales nicely with our Storm of Steel thing we got going on. However, I think I am going to take Predator. Just a straight up... Actually, that is hard. We're not going to take Acro. I really think we should soon, but not yet. So I have to decide between this. This is essentially 1 energy for 2 damage that we can save for next turn if we need to. And this is 2 energy for 3 damage, but card draw. I think I am going to take the Predator. Just good damage early on. Alright, let's draw 3 here. Okay, so none of these deal damage, which sucks because Ironclad wants to deal damage. However, Spot Weakness indirectly deals damage, and it's really nice because you can give strength to any player. There's only a 50% chance it works. It depends on what the die is. However, this is one of the strongest cards in Ironclad's deck, specifically because I can give strength to Silent. Silent has the Shiv thing already going on. The Shivs only deal 1 damage. However, with strength, they deal 2. So if I discard my hand with Storm of Steel, and each Shiv can do 2 damage, it's just much more powerful. It's double as powerful, really. Now, I probably would have picked any damage over that, but we didn't get any damage, so... Ironclad is still hurting a little bit. Right now, he's just a machine to give strength. Hopefully we can do better, though. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Overwatch lets us draw for free, but then gives us a minus draw later. Overclock, sorry, not Overwatch. Equilibrium gives 3 block, and then Tempest lets me channel 3 lightning up to 3 lightning orbs. However, there's a very interesting scenario with Tempest. I was just talking about how I can't spend 6 energy if I use this at some point. Tempest allows me to spend all 6 energy and actually do something pretty interesting with it. Hi, Frayed Blood. But that is a very unique circumstance. I might be taking Tempest anyways, just because it's a lot of damage. Equilibrium's also just a good card. Being able to block for 3 on a turn is really potentially powerful, and it lets us save a card for next turn too. So I kind of have to decide here what I think is most important. Honestly, Overclock might be the best here. Right now, we really want to draw into that Sunder. And Overclock allows us to get through our deck quicker the first time. It's also going to be a lot more useful in the late game than either of these other cards, although Equilibrium's pretty good for that too. I don't think it's going to be Tempest. Tempest is great, Lightning Orbs are great, but it's got to be between these two, I think. I'm just imagining, like, I'll be able to maybe sometimes retain Sunder for the next turn if I can't do enough damage with it yet. It is in the early game, Twinkie, but yeah, you're right. It definitely is less of a big deal than some of the other things. Yeah, so it doesn't go on top of the pile, which is nice. I think I am going to take the Overclock. Being able to draw onto cards is pretty important right now. These have been some hard choices, though. All right, so that is that. And now I have to decide what path I'm going to take, because I have not thought it through yet. We only have one campfire here in the early game, and the campfire is pretty strong. I think we might be going there. Okay. This is a hard choice. I'm thinking I can go here. And then if I feel strong enough, I can try and go through this Elite Gauntlet. These two in a row. Keep in mind, like, we can spend the entirety of here getting stronger, and we can see, hey, are we strong enough to take this on? And if we don't like it, we can bail out and still get one Elite at the end of the act. This is a special Elite. What happens with that is we have to shuffle 2 burns into our deck. But if we can get this over with in Act 1, it's really nice, because we don't have to worry about it later. Because eventually we will have to do this. Leaving it for Act 3 is the worst, because it forces your path in a certain direction. I think I am going to try this. I'm going to go here, and if I'm not strong enough to take on an Elite, I'll just bail out and go over here. That gives us a late chop, too. And still gives us the Elite. One Elite, at least. Alright. So first thing we get is a question mark, which is... Ooh. How did your last quest fare? The one that I played on stream last? We won. I won that one eventually. It was not on stream, though. I didn't finish on stream. The last time I played was this morning, and I died to the boss in Act 1. It was Slime Boss, and it killed me on turn 3. It was really close, though. Like, I needed 5 more damage. Had I had 5 more damage, I almost certainly would have won. Yeah. Alright. So, here's what we can do. HP is really important, but Ironclad gets a lot of HP back. So, I am going to go ahead and upgrade a card on Ironclad here. And I think it's going to be Spot Weakness. Unfortunately, right now, Ironclad is delivering Strength to Silent, and that's kind of what they're good at. This allows us to do it a little more often. Okay, losing 2 HP is pretty bad on the other two. So I think I'm going to go with it. So first of all, we gain a Relic. It's actually an okay one. And then we got to roll on Silent here and not get a 1, 2, or 3. Nice. Okay, and then on Defect... Oh, hilarious. So the order of this is important. It says gain treasure and then roll the die. Because I just drew one that says you cannot gain curses, I do not have to roll the die because, well, I can roll the die. But I got a 1. I would gain a curse, but I can't now. So that's very funny. That's actually a really good one to get early. It doesn't help in combat at all, but events very often will give you curses, and this just allows you to avoid that. It also allows you to avoid, like, I could take Curse Key now, which is a relic you get after defeating the boss. And that would normally give you 2 curses and give you a benefit. But I can't gain the curses, so I just get the benefit. There's a few other things like that, too. Alright, let's go on. Second event. Ooh, oh, speaking of curses. Alright. One of the relics you gained was Omamori. Check on the order of that. Because I think you get the curse before you gain it. Or is that not true in here? Actually, I can check, can't I? Oh yeah, you're right. Same thing. You gain the relics first. That's awesome. 1. Heal to full HP. Now I'm regretting not taking that. Okay, Ironclad. Roll. 2. Gain a curse. Dang it. Not the worst one. Ironclad's deck continues to get bad, though. Defect. 4. Gain a relic. That's a good one. A meat on the bone, huh? Uh-huh. That's okay. That does mean that we can take some damage on Defect and not feel the worst about it. Okay, those weren't the best events, but they're okay. All right, we get into another combat here. Okay, this is an example of when AoE is really good. So let's go ahead and roll our die here and see what we're dealing with. 3. All right, on a 3, you're dealing 2 damage and adding a vulnerable. Vulnerable can be really bad. On a 3, this guy's always doing the same thing here, so it's 2 damage, and you're applying a weak. Okay, and these guys don't matter in terms of that, but they are doing a ton of damage to Ironclad. On the plus side, we're not taking that much here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can probably kill these guys, and then we're only taking 2 on Ironclad. At least I hope. So let's see what we can do here. So we draw 7. Well then. Not the best, huh? We didn't get any of our good cards. Speaking of not getting any good cards, let's draw here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. I can block for 2 here, but I can't really do much else. All right, we'll see. One, 2, 3. Oh, we're supposed to gain a lightning at the start of our turn. 4, 5. The Sunder has arrived. Oh, that's huge. Okay, that just like allows us to kill one of these guys almost certainly. It might be the looter. We can also do a little damage here and just kill this guy straight up. We'd have to do the damage somewhere else first though. Which kind of only leaves silent, which means I don't think we can do enough. Yeah, we have to do 3. We could do the damage on Ironclad. But then Ironclad's... I don't think we need the Dark Embrace this combat. Okay, so this is doable then. Unfortunately, it requires us to use the Neutralize there. But that's not really a problem. So Neutralize Strike. And then Strike here. So we should have 2 energy left. We should have 2 energy left. You're down to 7. And then Defect is going to play Sunder, which costs us 3 energy, but then kills this enemy and immediately refunds all 3 energy. So then we can play all 3 of these cards if we want to. I am going to play the Dual Cast, which does get rid of the Lightning Orb, but it does 2 damage twice. So 1, 2, 1, 2. That kills that guy, which is huge. So now we're only taking 2 here, and we're taking 0 here. Enjoy your shower, Sweeney. This is going to exhaust at the end of the turn. We have 1 more free damage and strike here. I need to block here. So I am going to play the Second Wind, which is going to exhaust you, you, and you for 3 block. Okay. And I need to block up here as well. But I can do block for 2 here very easily. Okay. I still had an energy left. I could have played another defend if I wanted to, but I'm full blocking already. That was not the best first turn, but we still survived. We can do 1 more damage somewhere. I am going to do that 1 more damage here, because I'm a little worried about this looter. We do have to kill it before it leaves, ideally. Okay. All right. It is now the enemy's turn. You're going to take 2 damage and gain a weak token. We block all 2 of that damage. And then this goes down a little bit. Ironclad's going to take 2 damage, and that's it. We block more than enough. We do not get to retain our block, though, sadly. All right, then we roll the die for next turn here. I didn't even see what it was. Hold on. A 5. Okay, so we are taking 5 here now, which is a little worrying. Still 2 down here, but hopefully we get some good damage here this time. We do have we are weakened here, unfortunately, which means that our first attack does 1 less damage. Okay. This is an example of Predator being very useful here. I can play Predator on Silent and draw 2 more cards, and then use Storm of Steel to get even more cards. However, I'm going to see if I get some other benefits here first. Unfortunately, we cannot play Spot Weakness here, because Spot Weakness requires a 4 or less, and we did not get that. We can play Bash, though, which is pretty big with something like Predator. Unfortunately, Predator is -1 on the attack, so Bash would only make it to 4. 4 is still a lot, though. Let's see what we get over here first. Okay, I'm going to immediately play Overclock. Not really the ones I wanted to draw, but that's okay. So I can do 3 damage here, which is something. Or, yeah, I can do 3 damage just by playing the Zap as well. So I can do 3 damage here. I can do more here. I don't know if it's enough. I can't block an Ironclad is part of the problem. Yeah, this is not the prettiest thing. We might not be playing the Predator. Alright, well, I'm going to come back to this in a second, because I got to run to the restroom. And it's just time for an ad. So, whoops, BRB. I'll be right back in just a few minutes, everybody. BRB. I'm going to grab a snacky, too. All right, we're back. I had to grab some tea and some lunch. And sorry, it took a while. I'm back now. All right, if I remember correctly, we were in trouble here. I think we're going to have to take some damage on this turn, no matter what we do. Silent is the problem. I think I'm okay with taking 2 on Ironclad. We might be able to just kill one of them, though, and only take 1. We're going to see. The thing is, I can play Crippling Cloud. And if I do play Crippling Cloud, these guys are doing 0 this turn. But then we have to be able to kill these 2. Like, both of them. I can't play both of these. So if I play Crippling Cloud, I can get 3 shivs on top of that. One of which does 0 damage, though. So I can only do 2 damage here. I'm going this line. I can do 4 damage here. And I can do 3 damage here. That is not enough to kill both of these, is it? Not even close. It's 9 damage in total. I can kill this guy, but then I'm taking 2. Okay, that's probably not the play then. If I go full damage, can I kill these 2? Is my next question here. I think we can. Because we would play Predator here. We'd probably Bash first. We'd play Bash Predator, which would do 6 damage by itself. That just kills that guy. Let's just do that now. I think I've decided. I think this is the way. Bash does 2. Becomes vulnerable. Then we play Predator, which is going to draw 2 as well. Unfortunate on the weak. Oh no, we won't leave it in our hand. Okay, and that does... Since we have this, it only does 2 damage, which is doubled to 4, though. So that guy just straight up dies. And we're going to kill the other one, too. So we're going to Storm of Steel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shivs. Each shiv does 1 damage. So that's 5 right there. Oh, we straight up might be able to kill one of these, actually. Hold on. That's huge. Ironclad will only take 1. Yeah, this was the way to go, for sure. Okay, we're just going to do strike, zap here. It's the correct thing to do. So that's 1, 2. At the end of the turn, it'll do 1 more, but we don't need to worry about that yet. We're going to do strike here. That's all we can reasonably do. Which is going to do 1 more. No, we can't kill 1. Oh, that's such a shame. We do got to kill this guy. So that does 1 damage. And then end of turn, this is going to do 1 damage, so I'm just going to use that now. And Ironclad's taking 2, and I can't really stop it. I think that's okay, though. We have to be careful, because if we damage these guys with any attack, they gain strength. So we got to make sure we can kill them before we do that. And unfortunately, we have 1 too little damage to do that here. On the positive end of things, though, Ironclad does heal back health at the end of combat. Not 2, mind you, but... Alright, so the only thing that's happening is 2, and I'm almost certainly going to kill on this turn. Both of them, but I guess we'll make sure of it. 4 this time. Okay. Had we rolled a 4 on that last one, that we would have taken no damage easily. Because all these would do double damage. Alright, on a 4, Ironclad's still taking 2. Let's just draw 5 cards. 2, 3... 4 and 5. Hey, look, we can do more damage. I think that's just enough right there. It gives us 4 more shivs. Kind of doesn't matter, though. So 3 damage. Okay. Draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can do 1 damage here. You do 1 damage. We have 5 shivs, so we kill this guy. Okay, yep. I'm doing that one quick because I was pretty certain I could kill. I just wanted to make sure. And once it's over, it's over. Okay, we're going to pull this out so we don't forget about it. This does not stay on our deck between combats. Everything else goes back in. Cleaning up our decks. Alright, end of combat, we do gain 1 of our health back. Luckily, Ironclad does have the most health. So it's not the biggest deal in the world. We took damage there. It does hurt, though. Okay. And we're going to go into... Oh, we have to get our rewards first, right. 2 gold. 1 goes to Ironclad, and 1 goes to Defect. 1 potion. Liquid Memories. Where's that going to be best? I hate to say it, that's also going to be best on Defect, for the exact same reason. The combination of these 2 potions allows us to place under 3 times in a turn. Which is really strong. We can move them around later if we need to. Alright, and then everybody gets a card reward. Dang. Backstab is pretty strong early on. It allows us to just do 4 damage on turn 1 or 2. Having said that, we do have a lot of damage here already. Flechettes is also good, but it's not good until we have card draw, and there is card draw being offered here. So we are going to take the Acro. We've turned it down too many times already. Okay. I would like the damage, but... Alright, come on, give me a good one. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, that's... not really it. The card draw is really good. We don't have anything for the flex to hit yet. I think we have to take the cleave. We just don't have any damage in this deck. We need something that deals damage. Cleave is not great, though. I'm going to take the Battle Trance. And this deck's just going to continue to be bad. But at least we can draw into giving strength to our teammates sometimes. Okay, Tempest came back already. Wow. The thing is, Tempest does 3 damage. I'm gonna take the Glacier. It feels wrong to do that. 2 block is good. This is essentially 3 block, because we gain a Frost Orb, which also gives us block at the end of the turn. I think the damage is potentially the most important. The problem is sometimes I'm drawing Tempest or 3 strikes, and those do the same amount of damage most of the time. I guess it does damage turn after turn. We're gonna take the Tempest. There's a universe where that lines up to give us 6 lightning orbs, and that might be the universe we need. Alright, Campfire. I don't think anyone needs to rest. So we just need to upgrade cards. And looking at our upgrades here, this only upgrades to 4 damage. I think we're going to take the Storm of Steel. Storm of Steel allows us to just get a free Shiv whenever we draw it at the very least. We're playing that almost every time we draw it, so I think it's worth it. This one's a lot harder. I think we do upgrade the Dark Embrace just to make it easier to get to play. It's hard because there's no good cards in here. Diana, welcome in. Thank you for the 50 bits. This one is also difficult. It's likely Tempest, although I kind of like the Zap here. Tempest kind of does the same thing. I'm going to upgrade the Tempest over the Zap. It's just +1 Lightning Orb, basically. Which I think is probably correct. Alright, then we're going to go here, and I do not feel strong enough for an Elite right now. So we gotta do pretty well in this combat to get that. Hey, the gremlins are back. All right, we roll, we get a 1. Oh, this is our first instance of AoE damage here. So this large slime is doing 2 to everybody. So you're taking 2. You're taking 1, 1, 4, 5, 6 at the moment. And with a 1, you're taking 3, 4, 5 at the moment. Not incredible. Ideally, we kill some things this turn. Let's see how that goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, this has the potential to be amazing, actually. It's going to depend on if we draw a spot weakness here. That's terrible. Oh my gosh. That's really bad. Okay. Thanks, Diana. Alright, the Sunder is absolutely huge on turn 1 here. It basically just allows us to kill this guy, probably. Unfortunately, that's not going to save everybody. I'm kind of not sure how I'm going to block here.
Coconuts, 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 coconuts.
Arguably, we could Predator Storm of Steel. Oh, I could bash. Ironclad's only taking 1. Ironclad blocks. Okay, I'm seeing something here for sure. Thank you for the coconuts, bees. Okay, I'm seeing a plan here. It's developing in my brain. This guy's doing 2. This guy's doing 1. We kill this guy with the Sunder, sort of. Okay, brain is braining. Are you ready? I think this works. So we are going to bash. Oh no, maybe it won't work. I think Silent takes damage if we do this, but it might be worth it still. Okay, we're gonna bash. We're gonna bash this guy. He takes 2, gets a vulnerable. We used up 2 of our energy. Then we are going to Predator him, which insta-kills. And it draws me 2 cards. Good. Okay, well, we've only got 1 energy left here and here. You haven't done anything yet, but it's not your time yet. We are then going to Storm of Steel with our last energy, which is going to get us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shivs. If we get more than 5, we just have to play them immediately. So that means 3 shivs have to be played immediately. Hey, look at that. 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, that gains you a strength. That's okay. I'm going to kill you. That's okay. You're going to die. I'm going to play Sunder, which refunds its energy cost when it kills this guy. And look, our deck's already doing stuff. Okay, so then we can play the rest of this here. We're going to dual cast, which does 4 damage twice. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy's got to die, or otherwise he's going to hurt me. I don't want to get hurt. Then we can play Strike Strike, which kills this guy. And unfortunately, now you're out of energy. I can't even play that early. All right. I could do 1 block here, which full blocks. I think that's what we're going to do here. All right, and let's recalculate everything here. You're taking 1, you're taking 1. Unfortunately, Silent's going to take 1 here. Actually, I could just kill. I think we are just going to kill them. I do have 5 remaining shivs. I just need 4 of them. just kills this guy. Okay, so now Silent is taking 0. No one's taking any damage this turn. You'll be a problem next turn, and you're potentially also a big problem next turn too. But I have a feeling we'll probably be able to kill them. I hope so. Alright, that's everyone's energy used up. Wait, did I? Yeah, I blocked, that's why. Okay, very good. Alright, now then, you do nothing, but now you're dealing a lot of damage this turn. You are dealing 1 damage, which we block, but you're also vulnerabling me, which is a bit of a problem. Alright, roll the die for next turn here. Everyone is taking 3, except for Ironclad, who is taking a lot more than that. So 3, 3, 6, 7, 8. So the 3 is doubled by the vulnerable, and then it takes another 2 there. Blaming people for their cheeseburger prowess. Alright, and let's just hope we draw some damage here. It's a pretty good start. Wow. Well, this is a good reason to have battle trance. Hilariously, I can play second wind here and probably not take damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can block 5 with second wind, which is actually still not enough. Seems like a good Tempest, actually. Use up all my energy on Tempest. I don't know. Are there 2 cards I can even draw into here that I would care about? No. Okay. So let's shuffle that because we looked. Okay. So that's 4 lightning, which means we fill up 3 of these. And then we replace 1 that evokes it for 2. Okay. And then that's all I can do. But it's going to do 3 damage at the end of the turn, so we're pretty good on that. I guess we're second winning all of this for 5 block. It's crazy, but we're probably not actually going to be able to kill everything here. And then we can strike for 1. Okay, and then over here, neutralize strike, I guess, is the only thing that matters. So strike, and then we neutralize this guy, who is now weakened. Wait a minute. We have 1 shiv left. And then we do 3 damage at the end of the turn. Okay, we did it. It's over. Woo! We have exact lethal. We were fine, though. We were blocking anyways, just in case. Okay. Well, that fight ended quickly, at least. So, as a result of that, let's see what we get. Everyone gets 1 gold. Silent gets 1 extra gold. Okay, we only get 1 gold, but that's 4 plus 1 is 5, and Silent gets 2. Okay. We also get a potion. What the heck? Oh, I'm holding that. I'm gonna put that here, I guess. We do have some good potions. I'm pretty sure we just die to 2 of the 3 elites. So maybe we do not go that path. But we'll see what our card rewards are first, I guess. Yeah, those aren't great. Slice does damage, but it also gives me -1 card draw. Dagger throw doesn't really help us here. We might take one of these 2, just because we have shivs a lot of the time. But we'll come back to that. Oh my gosh, is that a body slam? That actually does something? Anger is really bad in this. I'm gonna take the body slam. I don't actually... It'll work sometimes, which is what's important, I think. Alright, and then over here... Maybe we can get a power. That sounds fun. Haven't seen one of those yet. Skim isn't great, because the one card we want to draw into right now is Sunder, and if we skim into Sunder, we can't play it. Go for the Eyes is free. It only does 1 damage. Darkness only evokes for 3 right now. This tells me we're not going into the Elite Gauntlet, sadly. I think we have no chance there. Which means we should probably prepare for later game. So I'm going to take a Darkness. And same thing over here, since we're playing a bit for later game, we're going to take the Deflect. A lot of the time we're discarding it anyways, but it's sometimes we play cards and we get to block for free. Alright. Sorry, Elite. We're going this way. Skirt! Alright, on this floor, we get to pick 3 of these from a chest. Holy crap. Those are really, really, really good. We're taking Ekabeko here. We have so many curses in this deck, so this is incredible. Sometimes we just have 3 strength on 1 turn, and this will allow us to draw Sunder on turn 1 more often. So that was really good. Had I known we were getting those, I might have been able to go this way. It would have still been kind of close, though. Alright. See how much better we do at combats. 6. So 1 here, 2, 2, 4 here, and 1, 2, 2 for 5 here. The bottom row is a little worrying. Let's start by drawing our 7 cards on silent. Not incredible, is it? Yeah, there aren't very many good relics in this game, unfortunately. The board game, specifically. Two, 3, 4, 5. Hey, we gained a strength. Okay. So I always put the strength on top of the relic to indicate that we got it there. It will go away at the end of the turn, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. So this is an instance here where we could double play Sunder and then Tempest for 6. I don't think it's worth it, but it is a thing we can do here. Because I don't want to use my attack pot when I don't think we need to. Oh. Almost immediately forgot about this. I do think we are just going to play Sunder Tempest here. Effect's not, like, taking a lot of damage. Arguably, we defend once, too. Silent's a bit of a problem, actually. I almost want to just play Acro and hope. I can play this, this, and this to do 4 damage, or I can bash for 3 and hit someone else with something heavy. Okay. This is a lot to think about here. Being able to play this here would block for 3 damage in Ironclad. If we play this attack potion, we just basically win this fight. This is another thing to consider. It's a pretty strong argument to do that. Because right now I'm not seeing a way we don't take damage here. I can block on defect and still do quite a bit of damage. My center target is probably one of these two. Probably this guy, because he's worse than this one. This guy and this guy are just not problems this turn. These guys are a bit of a problem. But it blocks for 2 if I play this. But if I play this, I can just kill 1, which also blocks for 2. That's maybe better. And it lets me draw 2 more cards. Which have a chance of being good cards to draw. Yeah, there are like 3 draws that let me block, 4 draws that let me block enough. So I think that is the play. But then we don't get anything to do with his bash, but I don't think we want the bash because we can already do 4 damage. All right, yeah, we are going to Predator, which draws 2 cards. Dang it, those were not the right ones. That's okay. Yeah, we're not going to use the Ekabeko yet then. That just kills this guy, which then we only are taking 2 damage now. Yeah, I think I see a line here where we're fine. Okay. So then I think I can only really block for 1. We have 1 right now. We have no way of weakening. We're very likely just taking a damage here, unfortunately. We'll hold off until we do everything else, though. Because I think I'm going to defend here. We should be at 1 block. Then Body Slam does 2. 1 for the block and 1 for the strength. Okay. And then Strike also does 2. Put you at 1. We're then going to Sunder this guy, which then regains my 3 energy that I had. We're currently taking 1 up here. So then, unfortunately, I think we're going to defend first, and then Tempest, which then gains us 3 lightning. And then we evoke 1 for 2 damage. Gotta figure out where that's going. We're already blocking this guy, so we don't need to kill that guy. This guy's more dangerous next turn than it is this turn. If I use it here, I waste a damage, which I'll be able to clean that up anyways with my lightning orbs, so it's not a problem. If I use it here, he still has 4 health, which is just not enough to kill. I guess it is if I use the Ekabeko. I can use my Ekabeko to take no damage. I think we're going to do that. Okay. I have 1 energy left here. I'm going to use Ekabeko and play Strike. That gets rid of both of these blocks. And then end of turn, this does 3 damage, 1 for each lightning orb. 1 goes there, 2 of it goes here. Okay. That seems worth it to me. End of turn, this strength goes away. All this goes away. All this gets discarded. This exhausts. We gain a week when this is discarded, because it's in my hand at the end of the turn, sadly. And the rest of this goes away as well. Okay, and then you're going to gain a strength, which is a little scary. You're going to put a weak on my defect, which is also a little scary. You're going to gain a strength. And that's right. You dealt 1 damage. I didn't mark it, but I did play the defend. I definitely played that defend. That blocks. You do 0. You do 1, which is also blocked. Okay. Let's hope we draw okay this turn. 1. You're doing 2, you're doing 2 for a total of 4. You're doing 3, and you're doing 1. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't hate it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to immediately battle trance. 1, 2, 3. Dang it. I really wanted the spot weakness. We did not get it. So we can only do 2 damage and disarm on this turn, which might be enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Honestly, I think we're good here. Oh, I did get a strength on Ironclad. Good call. So we could do 4 damage. Thank you. I forgot about that. We're probably going to have to block, but we'll see. These guys are annoying because I was not able to trigger their block last turn. But I can block for 3 over here pretty easily if I need to. And, I mean, the line here seems kind of obvious for defect. The problem is, we have to see if we can kill them. I can only block for 1 here. So unless I want to take damage, both of these guys have to die this turn. Ooh, I see a nice line, actually. Hold on. I don't think we mess with this guy at all. We can block here. That's probably the play. I think we Storm of Steel. We need to block for 3, right? Which means we have to play both of these. Hold on, we'll come back to that. Ugh, I don't see killing this guy, though. There's 9 health on him. I can do 4. We ignore this guy, too, and block. Okay, here's my thought. We can Darkness dual cast. I think this is the play. I don't think we're going to do much better than this. Darkness dual cast. So that replaces the Lightning Orb, which does 2 damage. We're going to do that immediately. Okay. And then we dual cast the Dark Orb. The Dark Orb evokes for 3. We don't have any powers, so it's just 3. But it evokes for 3 twice. The first evoke immediately kills this guy, which is great. And the second evoke, 1, 2, 3, we can do here. So now we're only taking 2 here. Okay. And unfortunately, we cannot do any more damage here. But, I mean, I still have energy. And we have no way of blocking both, so I'm just going to strike to get rid of this. Because this guy's going to die. We're going to play Strike, which does 2 damage. Leaves us with 2 energy of 3. We get 4 shivs instead. We can kill this guy, I think. Let's see, 1, 2, we have 5 health to work with. Okay, I think that's fine. We can Storm of Steel for 4 shivs. And then play this for 2 block. I'm going to trade one of these shivs immediately to do 0 damage. That gets rid of the weakened token. Then I'm going to play this strike for 2 more damage. It's going to drop this guy to 1 health. Then I'm going to play disarm, which is going to put 2 weak on the louse, which means now it's only doing 2 damage. And we have 3 shivs. I'm going to use them all. For 1, 2, 3. Actually, we can keep 1. Because we do have more end of turn damage, just in case we need it next turn for some reason. Although I'm really struggling to think here. So we have only done 1 damage here with the shiv. The other one's going to come from here. And the lightning damage is going to do 1 here, which gains a 2 block. And then we win, because end of turn, it's going to lose its block. It's going to do 2 damage to Silent, who full blocks. And then at the end of the next turn, it's going to take 2 from my lightning orbs, so we don't even need to mark it. It's dead. Okay, that worked out pretty well. I was definitely expecting to take damage on that turn 1. It's very impressive we were able to not do that. We might have gotten pretty lucky on the draws, to be honest. Okay. Although Silent did not have a good turn 1 that time, but that's okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and check our spoils. Everyone gets 1 gold, which is good because we're going to a shop soon. I could actually go next floor, but I do want to fight this elite if I can. So, and then everyone just gets a card reward. Well, Deflect is back. We do have an Echo Becco, which makes Skewer a lot better. Skewer is the only card that I found in this game that gets worse when you upgrade it sometimes. It's kind of funny. But as it stands right now, it is a free damage when we draw it. Even if we've spent all of our energy, it does 1 damage. Because it's not that X, it doesn't say X can't be 0, so if X is 0, it does 1 damage. The upgrade... Where are you, Skewer? There it is. The upgrade deals 2 damage X times, but you can no longer play it for 0. I don't know why they just didn't do it X plus 1 times. I am not sure why they felt like that was too extreme. I don't know why. It just seems odd to me. Like, Finisher does 2 damage a certain number of times. This one just is like, you can do 1 damage 0 times, right? Like, I don't know. But yeah, so you can't play for 0 anymore. Which in some ways makes it worse. I mean, obviously it's better in general, but I liked it because I could play it for 0 a lot of the time if I didn't have it to use that turn. Either way, we're not going to use it. We're going to take the setup. Setup is just a really good card because it can use the energy anywhere on itself or on another person. Okay. We finally have access to some powers. Evolve is the better one. We're going to take that. Fire breathing can do a lot of damage, but Evolve lets us draw more cards. Powers, please. Nope, we did not get powers. Double energy sometimes allows us to play Sunder even when we don't kill. In addition, it works with the Tempest we already have, so we are going to take it. Sometimes it'll be a dead draw, though, which sucks, but that's life. Sometimes life is a dead draw. Oh gosh. Okay, everybody gets a potion, and we might get one more. So that's 1, 2, 3 potions. And then we roll one more time. And we get another one. Sweet. That completely fills our potion belt. And we have one too many. You're going here. That's a really good potion. I guess you're going here. And I find that fire potion is better than explosive potion. But neither of them are particularly good. Alright. Filling our potions, going into a shop is a little unfortunate, but we can have a max of 2 potions because of the Ascension level we're at. Alright, that pyramid is pretty good. Alright, let's see our totals here. 6, 8. Six. Just so I can more easily see how much I have here. Right, card remove is really good, but the cards we get might be better. So we have 3 colorless cards we get access to. I don't think Impatience is good on any of our characters right now. It gets better later when you start removing attacks you don't need. But right now, I don't think it comes into play very often. Yeah, I don't think we're going to buy any of those, probably. We'll see what we get here. Outmaneuver's pretty good. I think we're probably going to buy that. Let's see what else we get here, though. None of those are good for us yet, unfortunately. We probably want to buy that capacitor pretty badly. Just getting a power is good. I'm just straight up buying the capacitor. That's scaling. I'm not buying any of these other things. Okay, and then we're not buying any of these. That makes that easy. And I am going to buy the outmaneuver, which costs 3, so it gives us 2 back, which is coincidentally just enough for a card remove. Is it? No, it's not. If we want a card remove on everybody, that's going to cost 12. We can share money. In fact, I really should just keep all my money in the same pile. Yeah, so if we buy a card remove on everybody, we can't afford Pyramid. There's a pretty strong case to be made to take Pyramid on Silent. It lets us set up some pretty insane turns. And that means someone doesn't get a card remove. And unfortunately, that someone I think is going to be Ironclad. So we are going to, in fact, buy Pyramid. And put it on Silent. And then we have 9 left. 8 of which we're going to spend on 2 card removes. These strikes are really bad, so they are going away. I never want to draw you. And I think the same is going to be true on Silent. Never want to draw a strike again. Okay. And then our shop is done. We have 1 left, which we can't use to buy anything. And we are going to go into this elite combat. and it's Lagavulin, which is not as fun. We are going to have ads here in a second, though, so I'm going to go take advantage of this to run to the restroom really quick. So I will be back in just a minute or two, everyone. BRB. Sorry, I forgot to hit the mute button. I'm back now. Ads just ended. I was just listening to a podcast. Oop, that's the wrong button. All right, we are going to be taking out this Lagavulin fella, if we can. Okay, so we start by rolling. We get a 5. None of my relics are die relics, funnily enough. Oh my gosh, I entirely forgot about this. We got this here, so that's one. Oh, we should have had 4 more gold. Which is ironically enough to card remove. Which we would have done if that were the case. Whoops. I'm going to remove a card then. I totally forgot about the Serpent's Head. Okay, anyways, we got a 5. Lagavulin is only weakening us on turn 1. However, the main problem with Lagavulin is it has 66 hit points. And we need to kill it before it kills us. So let's go ahead and do that. Starting with the 7 cards we draw here. Bad. Unfortunate here. We're gonna get 3 weak next turn. Oof. Alright, well, we are gonna play Crippling Cloud. Not an amazing start, but it does a thing. And then I guess we do 1 damage. At least our other turns will be better later. Okay. Let's draw 5 cards. We gain a strength this turn, which is nice. Unfortunately, we don't do much else. I'm going to Battle Trance, draw 1, 2, 3. Seems like maybe a good idea to play Disarm. Just max out the weak on Lagavulin. Hopefully we don't need all 3 of those. Having said that, we haven't exactly done much to dissuade myself from thinking we're going to need all 3 of those. I can then play Second Wind and deal 3, or I can deal 3 and bash. I think we're probably going to bash, but we'll see what we draw here first. We do get to draw 7 cards. We're going to overclock. Come on, come on. Nope. Okay. That's a little unfortunate. All right, that might be a next turn thing then. I think we are going to Darkus Tempest. Darkness gets us 1 Dark Orb. Tempest gets us 3 with the 2 energy. 1, 2, 3, which does 4 damage. Which is good. And then the rest of this just gets discarded, sadly. Used that already. And I believe we bash to end our turn. We are going to use Pyramid here, which does kind of suck because we get the Doubt for another turn. But it's very useful to have a bunch of cards in our hand, hopefully for next turn. We're going to see how that goes. Okay, and then over here, yeah, we're going to end our turn by bashing, which does 3 damage. And puts a vulnerable token. Getting a little token overload there. The rest of this gets discarded. Okay. Now, end of turn, you take 1 damage from the poison. You take 2 damage from the lightning orbs. And Lagavulin provides 2 weak to everybody. How nice of Lagavulin to weaken us. We're actually out of weak tokens, which is hilarious. And also kind of a problem, because we're supposed to have 1 more here. Not really sure how I'm supposed to do that. I imagine you're not actually supposed to run out of weak tokens like you are of some other things. So we actually have 3 weak tokens here. Alright, and let's go ahead and roll and draw. Rolling doesn't do anything, but we're supposed to roll. Okay. So we draw 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm considering using Distilled Chaos here. There are some not so great ones here, but there are some really good ones here. Yeah, so I am going to use Distilled Chaos here. We should hold off, actually. Hold on. Give me that back. I should see, because it's possible I can draw extra damage here, so we should do that first. So draw 5. Okay, we get to keep the strength from last turn because we drew another one this turn. Fortunately, we can't really do anything else here. Ironclad is continuing to suffer. Oh, there is a vulnerable here. If I play Sunder, then I have 0 energy. In addition, it only does 6 damage, although not really much I can do about that. Well, it would do 12 because of this. Alright, right now everyone's taking 3 damage. Oh, we're gonna just have to accept that in some places. I think we are just playing this under here. That kind of sucks, but also it does 14 damage, or 12 damage. It's kind of hard to argue with. When we've done so little already. Okay. We can block 1 here. The Evolve is kind of useless in this deck right now. So I think we just do 2 and then block 1. And this stays in my hand. All right. Here we wouldn't mind blocking a little bit, which is I think why we're playing Distilled Chaos. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I think we play the Acro first, which draws 1, 2, 3 cards. Then we can play the Defend, and then the Setup. Because of that, we now have 4 energy. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give the Setup to Defect. So Defect can play Capacitor. Yeah, that's not that great, is it? Capacitor's... it's okay. Okay. We're going to get Capacitor in play. Okay, because I don't need 3 energy here. We are then going to play Storm of Steel and get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, hold on. We could have played Predator first and drawn. 9, 10 shivs. So 3 damage, or sorry, 2 damage first. We still had the thingy. And then Storm of Steel is played for 10 shivs. So we get the 5. They have to be played immediately. 2 of the 5 just use up these weak tokens. Then the other 3 do 3 damage. And then neutralize does another damage. And then deflect, because we have shivs, gives us 2 block. We can't stack more than 3 weak, so it doesn't go more than that. We should have done 1 less damage with that strike. Forgot about this. And we used up one of these as well. Okay, end of turn, this goes away. That's not where that goes. End of turn, you take 1, 2, 3 damage. And you deal 3 damage to everybody. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ow. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then we roll. You go down 1. A 2. Let's draw 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gonna be hard not to play Predator again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, look, this is the bottom of my deck. 5. Okay, I could die this turn. Alright, we did get his strength by drawing the injury. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Currently have 3 energy. I guess I can double energy and then play everything in my hand. Double energy is such a weird card in this game. It costs 1 energy to play, and then it doubles your energy. So at 3, it costs 1, and then we double to 4. So playing at 3 only gains you 1 energy. Playing at 4 gains you 2 energy, and then there's 0 other reason to play it. It's weird sometimes, but it gains us an energy, which is nice. Okay, then we're going to dual cast this guy, which is 3 + 1 twice, so 8 damage in total. It's unaffected by vulnerable, so we don't need to worry about that. 8 damage is pretty good, though. We're going to zap, because why not? We're going to defend, because why not? And we're going to strike, because that does 0. Just get it out of there. All right. I'm going to play Spot Weakness first. It is absolutely worth it to me to give Silent a strength here. Seems very important to do that. And then we are going to play Predator, which does 4 damage. And draws 2 cards, which I am going to draw here. Deflect seems good. I'd like to do damage. We should have 1 energy. Yeah. So we could play Outmaneuver to gain more energy, but with the deflect, I don't think we need that. So we're going to block 2, or then we're going to play Storm of Steel. I'm not even going to use the Outmaneuver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I kill with the Flex Potion? 11... does 22. It would do 33 with the Flex Potion. Flex Potion just straight up kills? That feels like a good use of the Flex Potion. I can't do 11 damage without the Flex Potion, right? I'd rather use this if I can. Okay, if I do not use the Flex Potion, I do 22 damage, which brings you down to... 9 health. At the end of the turn, I do 4, so I need to do 5 more. Oh yeah, we don't need the flex potion. Okay. So without the flex potion, I am spending all 11 shivs to do 22 damage. Brings you down to 9. Okay. You do 2 damage. End of turn damage is 4. And then we're going to spend the fire pot to just kill it. Look at that. Now we don't even have to take damage. I could have also... I didn't even think about this. Since I'm not taking damage this turn, I didn't need that. That would have done 2 more damage. That's not enough, though. I would need to be able to do 3 more damage. Which I don't have. Oh. So that only did 1 damage, which is fine. Okay. So, yeah. We still kill, because we had 3 health left, and we used the fire pot, so it would have been 4 health left. Still dead. Oh, it goes up here. Okay, that one was not too bad, actually. Shows how weak Ironclad is, and Silent is dominating right now. I'm okay with that, though. As long as we keep winning. Alright, and then over here... Alright, Lagavulin results. Everybody gets 2 gold. Okay. Everybody gets a treasure. Look at that. I think it's going to be hard to not give Pocket Watch to Silent here. Let's keep Ironclad being our healing friend, and we're going to put Necronomicon here, because much like everything else, it works with Sunder. By the way, end of combat, we did heal 1 there. I forgot about that. And now we get a card reward. Well-laid plans is good, but we are discarding our hands most turns, so it's less good here. We are trying to get strength here, so that makes Dagger Spray a lot better. Doesn't guarantee we want it, though. But we'll come back to that. Clash is ultra bad when you have so many curses in your deck. Whirlwind is really good here, though, because we gain strength whenever we draw a curse, and sometimes we draw like 3 curses. So that makes Whirlwind a lot better. All right, and what do we get over here on defect? Oh, we get our first rare card. It is a Core Surge. So Core Surge is the single best card in the game against the Heart. The only place where Vulnerable makes the most problem in the game is the Heart on turn 2. It does double the damage. So like it does 10 damage on turn 2, no matter what, unless you can get rid of the Vulnerable. And there's only a few ways to get rid of the Vulnerable. That does not mean that is the best choice here. Having said that, it is really good. Just 3 for 1 is pretty decent as an attack. And the other 2 aren't that amazing. So let's put those back in. Okay. And that just leaves Silent. We're either taking Well-Laid Plans or Dagger Spray here. And the real question for that is, can we kill Hexaghost quick enough with what we currently have? Weirdly, well-laid plan sets us up better for that, I think. Because it's going to give us more shivs. Yeah, enjoy, Sweeney. Thanks for stopping by so far. Enjoy the Olympics. Okay. And under those circumstances, let's go into the campfire here. Where actually our health is all in kind of a decent spot. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I keep pressing Stardew. Okay, there we go. It kind of works anyways, but... Oh, right. We went into the campfire. We have to decide... Are we healing or are we upgrading? It seems pretty good idea to just upgrade on everybody. I don't think we're dying. So let's see here. What do we want to upgrade is the important question now. I think that well-laid plans is a really strong upgrade here. Once it's in play, that's really good for us. Okay. Ironclad gets to upgrade one of its mediocre cards. It's Whirlwind. Nothing else here is even really worth upgrading. Maybe the Body Slam. What did it do before? Okay. This does guarantee damage too as well. It's our first damage card in that deck. And we're about to fight the boss, so... Alright. Now, there is an argument to be made for double energy. Like all three of these I could probably upgrade and feel okay about it. Capacitor is harder to get set up. We really don't have many lightning orbs past our first set of them. So I think we're probably okay with 5 spots for the orbs right now. It's going to be hard to fill that up. Double energy allows us to do some pretty fun stuff. Because right now it's at best +1 energy, but if I upgrade it, it can do a lot better than that. And then darkness is just plus energy. I think we're going to upgrade the double energy then. It's pretty close to a not very useful card until you upgrade it, sadly. All right. Now then, let's fight a boss. Okay. Turn 1. Everybody is taking 1 damage and getting 2 fires put into their deck as it currently stands. But we rolled a 3, which means we're going to be drawing a lot of cards over here. So we're going to see how that goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 more. 8, 9, 10. Somehow we still didn't draw all of our good cards. We drew over half our deck. Okay, exactly half our deck, pretty much. But we can draw some more cards. Let's see what everyone else gets first. We only draw 5 here. Okay, I guess we can draw more than 5. I keep trying to exhaust that. It doesn't exhaust. 1, 2, 3. Hey, spot weakness is here. Oh, that's huge. Okay, that does cost us an energy to play, but immediately Silent gets strength, which is kind of what we were hoping for. All right, over here we draw 7. We got the double energy. Oh my gosh. And the capacitor. All right. We have 3, so we are immediately going to double energy to 6 because we're playing most of the cards in our hand. Now we're going to put capacitor into play. We are going to be weakening him this turn, so we do not need a block. Is there any cards I care to draw here? There is no card I can draw here that I would care about. In which case, I'll put this here. We have 5 energy. No problem, bees. I want to fill that up. The thing is, Sunder does 7 damage now. It's going to be so hard for that to be better later. No. Because if we play Sunder, we're giving up 3 lightning orbs. Actually, we're not even giving up 3. We're only giving up 2. But that's still 4 turns, which we're going to have 4 turns. So yeah, we're just going to play Tempest. Tempest evokes for 6 lightning orbs. So 1, 2, 3. We should have upgraded our capacitor, apparently. No. 4. And then it does 4 damage. 5. And 6. Alright, and we don't play anything else this turn. Oh, we could have bashed that. Oh, that's a little different, actually. I think getting the disarmament play is pretty important here. Because that weakens next turn, and it weakens that turn, and it weakens... Yeah, it's good. It's going to weaken a lot. So I can play Predator. I'm not really seeing a good reason to do so over playing Crippling Cloud here. The poison's going to be in play for 3 turns. So playing Predator does 6 damage. Oh, we had 2. We have 2 strength this turn over here, by the way. That might be relevant to our decision making. I don't think it matters. Okay. If I play Predator, it draws me 2 cards. 1 more than I would have, basically. And by doing that, it's going to give 3 damage for this, and then 2 damage for the Shiv. Like 2 extra damage. So that's 5 more damage. Whereas Crippling Cloud, if it's in play for 5 turns, at least 5 turns, it's going to do 5 damage. If it's in play for 6 turns, it's going to do more. It also puts a weak on. Actually, the weak is irrelevant, isn't it? I think that made my decision for me. Because we are going to play the neutralize. For 2 damage. And then we don't need any more weak. Means I think we are going to play Predator. Which does 2 damage and draws 2 cards. Yeah, so it actually does less, but then we get more energy later. And then we are going to Storm of Steel. Hold on. It did 4 damage. Gotta mark that before I forget. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We get 9 shivs. 4 of which have to be played immediately. So 4 times 2 is 8. And we're already going to be under 100. That's nice. We can play the strike, because we only had 1 energy left after the disarm. Does 2 damage. I'm now realizing I can't actually block on Ironclad. I suppose that's okay, though. I forgot to heal at the beginning of combat. That's all done. These are going to go away. I think we're actually in a really good position after that. Oh, I don't need a block. That's why. Okay, start of our now it is their turn. Oh wait, we got to do our end of turn damage first, which is 5. We're already down to 95. Look at us go. All right, now it's gonna do 0 to us, but it uses that up. But it is gonna put 2 burns in everyone's discard pile. What? All right. Need to grab them first. Which will certainly be relevant later, but isn't yet, luckily. Okay. And now we roll, see what we get. 5 doesn't do anything for us. We do draw 5 cards here, though. Well, that sure is all of our block cards. I guess it's a good turn to draw them. Everyone's taking 2 this turn. That is sure as all of our block cards as well. Dark Embrace probably seems worth getting in play here. And then probably just blocking 2, unfortunately. Not exactly the best turn here. Okay, and here we draw 5 cards. Does this enemy provide any weak or vulnerable? It does not. So there's not really a strong reason to hold on to Core Surge. I can't block. At all. I could use Liquid Memories to block, but I'm not really seeing a good reason to do that. Taking 2 damage isn't going to kill us. It is going to get us pretty low, though. Oh, you know what? I don't know where else I'm going to use this setup. So, actually, I'm going to play the Body Slam for 2 over here. Can I do it better over here? No. Yay, we did it. Okay, and then we can block for 2 here. Just let these guys discard. We still haven't drawn our power. Okay, we are going to dual cast Zap. This is going to exhaust. So that does 4 damage. And then refills my 5 lightning orbs. And then we'll just play Core Surge. I'd rather just draw it again to not get the 3 damage here. Alright, that was a less productive turn, unfortunately. So everyone takes 2 damage this time. Block, block. Block, block. Block, nope. Down to 2 health. Four doesn't do anything for us. Oh, in addition, everyone gets another fire in their discard pile. And this time, no one's dealing damage, but we're going to get more fires. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to put well-laid plans in play. For sure. We're going to aggro. 1, 2, 3. Immediately discard that. That's what the video game does, bees. Kind of defeats the point of a board game if it keeps track of it for you. So we discarded that. That did cost us an energy. We did not draw the ones we needed here, unfortunately. Okay, draw 5. We definitely want Evolve into play. It does open the mind to cheating. I don't know what you mean by that. We gained a strength here. You can technically cheat in any single player game if you really want to. You can download mods or things like that as well. I think it's pretty important that we put this evolve into play. It's going to be very useful on the second time through our deck. That's my thought too, Twinkie. Like, if you're going to cheat, then why even bother playing? And then I guess we play the Whirlwind for 2 energy. Seems worth it here. Oh, that's a good point. I mean, this doesn't have to be a single player game. Let's see here. I mean, if it's a co-op game, you can also cheat. I kind of have some different rules from how it's supposed to be played too, although they're very minor tweaks. All right, 2 energy. So it does 2 damage 3 times. That's really not that good. I'm a little worried we're not doing enough damage here. Oh, I didn't do the 5 at the end of the turn. Very important that we do that, because that is most of our damage right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good to know that exists. It usually is, Twinkie. I mean, it depends how you're enjoying things. All right, we are going to play the Darkness here, which evokes that for 2. And then I guess we're playing Strike Strike. Or another 2 damage. Oh, I was considering everyone cheating together, Twinkie. Or I guess it depends what you mean by cheating. Changing the rules together. So it would not be like that. And this stays in our hand. Goes away at the end of the turn. We did not exhaust anything. I guess we just play all 3 of these strikes. This is a really bad hand. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to hold on to this. So now we have that entirely for next turn as well. Actually, the Echo Echo's not very good here, is it? I don't have any attacks that deal double damage yet. Okay, end of turn, we do 5 damage again. Nice. All right, and we go down to here. We get 2 more burns in our deck. Yay. Good thing we have an Evolve. Evolve could make things worse because we draw more. Okay. And now you're doing 4 damage, or 3 damage to all of us because the weak is in play. All right, we got to roll the die. Hopefully we get like a 3 or a 1 or something. Nope, 4 again. Okay, we do gain a weak because this is in our turn at the end of the turn. In our hand at the end of the turn. Then we draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. Really? Okay, well, guess I can't complain too much. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I played this disarm, didn't I? Yeah, I played this disarm. This shouldn't be here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this is evolved, so I draw another one. There we go, 6. Okay. We do get a strength this turn. Oh, we can play spot weakness. Oh, that's huge. Yes, we need to play spot weakness. You gain another strength here. And, gosh. Had I drawn... We might still be able to kill this turn. Dang it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you're dead. Liquid Memories doesn't help here. Okay, that's a problem. I think we have to kill this turn or we lose. We don't have any cards that block for other people. Yeah. Right now you're taking 6, and you have no way of blocking that. Not even close. So we kind of have to do 66 damage this turn. Seems a little difficult, but we can start with the dual cast. You cannot play these to get rid of them because they're the burn ones. Dual cast does 8 damage, which is a good start. Literally the only thing I can do here is block body slam for damage, unfortunately. Can't even exhaust anything. Block 1, do 2. Dang, that is unideal, I would say. Okay, I mean, let's just do some rough math here so we see if we can even do this. 9 times 3, 27. No, I think we just lose. That really sucks. This was just a particularly bad draw. We could dual cast again with Liquid Memories, but I don't think it really does much, and we can attack Potion. Okay, let's just write out our maximum damage just to make sure we can't kill here. Do Liquid Memories to dual cast is 4 more, plus 6 from double playing Core Surge, plus the remaining 3 at the end of the turn. I've already done all my damage here. Which is not great. We don't die, though. There. Guess we didn't get strong enough here. Okay. And then we can play Outmaneuver to play all 4 of these and all 5 of these. Which is 26 damage if I use my Flex Potion. Because... oh, no, wait, they do 4. Oh, that's a little bit more. Hold on. They each do 4 damage. And I can make one of them do 5. Which would just cancel out the weak, basically. Unfortunately. So it's 4 times 9. Which is 36. Okay. So 36 plus... 13. I don't think that quite makes it. Makes it to 49. And it has 56 health. We do have a vulnerable potion, which we would use on one of those things doing 4, so it would do 4 more damage. That's 53 points of damage. And it has 56 health. Dang, I wish I saved that fire pot. Yeah, and then Defect's just dead. Wow, that sucks. Off by 3. I don't think there's anything else I can do here. This was a really bad draw. Had we drawn anything else, Sunder would have been enough. Yeah, that includes end of turn damage. That's this 3 here. Because when I dual cast again, it would just leave 3 lightning orbs. And there's no other end of turn damage. There's only 1 poison and we didn't get it in play. This was also a terrible draw. It was over in a second. If I drew this, that would have just killed. I don't even think we would have needed a... we wouldn't even need to use the flex potion. Because we would have had double strength plus 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 shivs, or 16 shivs would have been it. 16 times 3 is already absurd. Yeah, that's 48 by itself. That's not including anyone else's damage, which I even already calculated some of it this turn. Ugh. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, and then, like, even a block card probably could have survived this here. I guess we didn't take any block cards, which might have been a problem with Defect. We only skipped 1 reward, though. That's the way the Spire crumbles. Yes, it is. Okay, that's the 2nd time in a row I've died to the Act 1 boss. Well, let's double check, I suppose, just to make sure here. You're doing 3 damage, 5 damage. I can block 1 twice. Because I haven't used my liquid memories yet. So 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I died by 2 hit points, so. I guess maybe I should have rested on Defect. That would have been enough. Not like we even used our upgrades, so... I mean, we did use the upgrade. I don't know why I'm erasing. We're just going to restart. Alright, let's try that again. Hopefully we can do better this time. We probably had enough damage. We didn't have any way of surviving there. I didn't think I was going to be dead until the last turn of that fight. We just report pretty poorly here. Okay, let's get everything together. On the plus side, the first thing you do in the game is the most fun. So let's have our fun again. I feel like it's a slightly different position than it was. All right. First thing we have to do is get 4 claws out of this deck. It puts 8 in there. I think 4 is a good compromise. Where claw is still pretty fun, but you don't have 8 in there, which is just a little absurd. Okay. And then we've got to line out where we want all these things. I might try this time. I think I'm going to try to keep all of my money together this time. I don't think separating it really matters. There are 0 circumstances, I think, where the money is separate. Oh no, I'm sorry, Sweeney. Hope it didn't die for real. Oh, you ran out of juice. Gotcha, gotcha. That makes more sense. All right, let's go ahead and grab our card rewards. That's not damage. Wow, it's a catalyst. That's really good in Act 2. It's not so good now. I guess terror is the most damage here. I'm actually going to take backflip, though. Because it allows us to draw into damage sometimes. And terror is just not very useful here yet. Okay. Card reward here. Spot weakness is immediately back. Oh my gosh. That's a hard choice, though, between these two. Feel No Pain is one of the strongest cards in Ironclad's deck. But it's possible taking Dark Embrace, which is also one of the strongest cards of Ironclad's deck, killed me last time. Not getting a damage card here really hurts, too. It's also possible the curses killed me. I'm gonna take Spot Weakness. I've just never had a deck where Spot Weakness wasn't extremely effective. I didn't lose that, did I? No. Okay. Let's see what we get here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh my gosh, FTL this off the bat. Okay, we're gonna get Static Discharge. Makes all my lightning orbs do 1 more damage at the end of each turn, which is really good. What is the upgrade for Spot Weakness? It instead of being, this is on top here, no. Instead of being 1, 2, or 3 on the die, it's 1, 2, 3, or 4, which does make it a little better, but it's not that much better. You're just more likely to be able to use it. Instead of 1/2 of the time, it becomes 2/3 of the time that it's available to use. Transform 2 cards, gain a curse. I hate gaining curses, but I think this is actually the best thing. That's not a bad curse. We are going to transform the strike and the strike. I'm going to trust that we get something not terrible when we do this. Okay, those are both better than strike by a lot. Very good. Bye Niao's Blessing. Thank you for your service. Upgrade 2 random cards, gain a curse, transform a card, add a random rare to your deck. Unfortunately, Ironclad has some pretty poor rares. Bludgeon's okay, especially in Act 1. Demon Form is just not very good yet, and nor does it ever really get that good. Limit Break would be useless to us. Offering would be amazing, but we're not likely to get that. Barricade would be okay, but not for a while. Pervious would be fine. Feed would be okay. Exhume would be useless to us to start with. Double Tap would be pretty close to useless to start with. Corruption would actually be alright to start with. Immolate would be amazing. This would be one of the ones we'd absolutely want. Berserk is just not very good at all. Every time I've taken it, I've been not really happy about it at all. Same with Juggernaut. I feel like these two are about the same. Uppercut would be good early. And Fiend Fire would also be good early. So random rare, I would say 50% of the time is close to useless. 25% of the time is pretty good, and 25% of the time is amazing. I'm not sure that that's worth doing compared to giving up the opportunity cost of these other two. I hate to gain another curse, but upgrading 2 cards seems pretty good here. Curse it is. Not a bad one. Okay, upgrade you and you. They do more damage. Okay. And let's take a look at Silent. Rate my bed setup. Laptop, middle back, slightly move to the right with the mouse. I think you need to draw this in paint for me to understand entirely. A switch, left. You can't use both of those things at the same time, can you? I mean, if you can, awesome. I feel like upgrading a card of my choice versus upgrading 2 random cards here is... I don't even want to upgrade any cards, actually. None of these are good upgrades. I want to gain more cards. I guess we're gaining 3 potions. Okay. Dang, that one's bad. Alright, I'm less enthused by the start of this run than the last one, but we might get lucky further on here. 3. You're doing 1 damage. That is not the right color. Can't even read that. I don't know why it resets between runs. 1, 2, 2. Glad to hear it, Sweeney. All right, 7 cards to draw. We didn't really draw the good ones, did we? On the plus side, we can block. All right, draw 5 here. I guess there really aren't good ones, are there? Unless I kill this guy, I'm taking one down here no matter what. It's a little unfortunate. Wait, why did we switch? If I play Static Discharge, I take one. Yeah, I'm not enthused by the start of this run so far. I guess I'm gonna backflip and hope we draw into the weak. Nope. No, we had to block anyways, 1. And then I guess we're doing 2 damage here. 2 damage here. And... full blocking here? We can do 4 damage. We're so strong. We're taking 1 here. Okay. Prepare these guys for next turn. They're blocking 2. I'm not going to draw it, though. That's just too much work. I'm going to block 2 here and then do nothing else, I guess. On the plus side, it does 1 damage at the end of my turn regardless. Which I think we're going to put on here, because this guy is... We do get a... This guy's going quicker, isn't he? I'm going to focus on Jawworm. Which means we can do 2 more damage here. Okay. Wait a minute. I had a strike that did more damage. Does 1 more here. That was dumb of me to not notice that. Okay. End of turn. All those go away. All that goes away. We should have 1 block here. I did play a block card. And then you have 2 block here. Alright. You gain a strength at the top. You do 1 damage to Silent. Who blocks it? You do 1 weak to Defect. And 2 damage to Defect, which I did full block. And then you do 2 damage and gain 1 block. We blocked 1 of that. Okay, next turn. Alright, 5. You do 2 this time. You do 3. Ah! And you do 3 as well. Not exactly the best 3 I've ever drawn. In both cases here. Alright, draw 5. Well, I knew what I was drawing this turn. There's that. Okay, then. I might just restart. This is terrible. We did not get good rewards. I can do 3 damage here. Can't block it all, though. I can do 4 damage here? Can't really do better. Oh, I can only do 2 damage here, actually, because of the weakened. And I can do 3 damage here. I can weaken someone, though. I do get to block if I want to. Okay, Ironclad can kill, or we can kill Jawworm, even with the block there. Ugh, let's be careful not to stretch too much with the hole in my chest. All right. And I can block 2 for someone else if we do that. Okay, I'm just going to go for it here. If this goes poorly, We'll deal with it. Gonna neutralize this guy, because you're not gonna be dead yet. So you're only doing 1 now. Oh my gosh. Okay, and then we can strike, defend, block for 1, kill this guy. All right, and that just leaves the other problem, which are these two. Can we do 4 damage? Yes, we can. No, we can only do 3. Ugh, that's so annoying. Strike gets rid of the weak. Zap gives us one of these. Strike again. We have to kill the one that's doing more damage, which is this one. Oh, we have 1 more damage here. Strike. End of turn, 2 damage here. Look at that. Beautiful. We didn't need to block. Okay, not the end of the world. The problem is we're not guaranteed to kill this guy next turn. And he gonna be mad. Let's go ahead and just do his turn really quickly. He's gonna attack for 1. Don't even need to roll the die next turn. He's gonna be doing 3. He's gonna have another strength. You blocked for 1 though. Might as well roll the die out of habit. 1. Nice. Alright. Draw some. 5 cards, please. We did, in fact, draw enough block, so I think we're good. Oh my god, it's a spot weakness. It does exist. Imagine having those 3 cards on the bottom of your deck in the first combat. Please, Gabe. Well, that's about as good as we could have done. It's over now anyways. Spot weakness probably seems worth playing, actually. You're attacking twice, so yay. Okay, we can neutralize. Do that. That does 4 damage. Okay, actually we probably should have bashed first, because then it would have done an additional 2 on top of the 2 there. Yeah, it's over. We had 4 more damage over here on top of that. I think we just really drew poorly, actually. I don't think, actually, maybe we would have done that bad had we drawn a little better. We only lost 1 health, which we now regain, so I guess it's not the end of the world. My deck just doesn't feel good yet. Hopefully it will shortly. Alright, go for it, Sweeney. One, two, three. We're keeping all of our gold together this time. So that's 3 more gold. No potion. Oh, 1 potion. That's going over here. We'll move the fire potion elsewhere. Okay, and then everybody gets a card reward. Crippling Cloud's back already. I don't know. The aggro is kind of useless when we don't have anything to draw into. I'm gonna take the Crippling Cloud. At least it does damage. Dude, I hate this game. We're taking the Twin Strike. I need damage more than anything else right now. Dark Embrace is incredible, but taking it last time killed me, so. Stack is a really good card. It very often is just 3 block. And I can give it to anybody. Alright, what are we doing this time? You like the early flyer. Ideally, we do this. So, ideally, that's what we're going to do. Oh, if this is the first one, you discard it. So, oh, look who it is. Silent! 5. Gain 4 gold. Nice. Okay. Ironclad. Heal to full HP. Not that helpful, but okay. It's not a bad thing. Defect. 4. Gain a treasure. That is the best room I've ever had. Pyramid. That's cool. Alright, let's put you back away. And what are we doing next here? We get another fight. One. So you're taking 1, you're taking 3. 3 here as well. And 2 here. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a lot of trouble with this. We didn't really get any damage, unfortunately. This was from the last combat, so no longer active. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're going to overclock off the bat. Which does give us one of these. Thing is, the static discharge is great, but we're currently taking 3 damage. I'd prefer not to. Can't really stop it either. Maybe we can. Yeah, I think we're screwed. Okay, that helps. I don't know who we're neutralizing, though. Ironclad can't block either. No one can block or kill anyone. Ugh, okay. I think we give up on the dream of playing the static discharge here. My brain is not gonna... This is too much to work through. This just allows us to straight up block for 2, which is nice. For 1 play. Yay, upgraded defend. It could allow us to play the static discharge. I'm not so sure this combat's long enough for that to matter, though. And we still take 1 if we do that. Well, If I do play the static discharge and the zap, that does 4 damage at the end of the turn, which is really strong. The alternative is I can play the dual cast and do 4 damage now, though, which is probably better. I can't just straight up kill this thing, I think. I think maybe that's the play. We dual cast now, which does 4 damage here. This guy's going to die from someone. We are taking 3 up there, though. What is your story, Diana? Okay, we managed to not take any damage this turn. I'm not confident that's gonna last, though. Oh, you know what I should have done? And I'm going to. We're gonna keep these on us using our pyramid there. Hopefully, we can utilize that next turn. Alright, so let's see what happens here. You're going to gain a strength. You're going to give me a weak. You're going to gain a strength. You're going to do 2 damage in total, which we full block. Wait, we didn't give a weak. What am I doing? It's 1. We blocked for 3. It was doing 3 damage. That's what it was. Okay. Okay. And you're doing 1 damage, which we block. But you also gain a strength. Alright. I just got out of the shower. Why, you ask? I was preparing the cat's wet food on the counter. I finished mixing with the water. I turned my back to wash the cup. I feel like I know the ending of the story. And the fork, and they jumped onto the counter, knocked the cat food off. It splattered all over me and the kitchen. There was a me outline where the food missed the cupboard. Sorry, that's not as funny, but it's a little bit funny. Oh no. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Diana. Gotta watch out for them cats, man. 5. Well, this is still doing 2. This is doing 2. And these guys are doing 3, 5. Okay. Well, I hit the wrong one, that's for sure. Alright, draw 5 cards. Well, that's bad. That's fine. Spot weakness not very useful here. I don't know what Wusa is. Not to freak out, I would imagine, though. Strike bash, or bash strike. Oh, okay. I have not seen Bad Boys. So you're trying to calm down. Gotcha. So this does 6 damage in total, which is actually not even enough to kill this cultist. Hilariously. I don't know why I held on to this. I can static discharge ball lightning. That's useless. Stack currently gives 0 block. I'm about ready to just give up on this run. I feel like this is not going well. So I can either play this and this to do 3 damage, or I can play this, this, and this to do 4 damage. But it'll do less next turn. Actually, not even by that much. Sorry, Static Discharge, you suck. I kind of don't know how to block here either. I'm pretty sure there's no way around just taking damage this turn. But the best way is to do this, so let's try that. Each of these gains a weak. And a poison. So now, we're only taking 3 damage, which I still can't block. We can block it better. Because if we Ball Lightning Zap, gives us 2 lightning orbs. It deals the damage. Wherever we feel like, sure. And I can now play Stack with my last energy, which gives me 2 block. It's a thing, I guess. It's a hard knock life we live. Unfortunately, we only have 1 energy left, and we're taking 2 up here. Pretty sure we're going to kill that guy, though. But then I can't block for Ironclad, who's going to take 2. I'd rather take 2 on Ironclad, I suppose. Okay. That is all of my energy. Now, the only question is, do I want to use Block Pot to prevent Ironclad from taking 2 damage? And frankly, it seems like a good idea. Okay. End of turn effects. 2 damage. I should probably erase the damage here. I'm going to do here and here, because then that makes the block trigger, and then we don't have to worry about it next turn. Okay, and then we do 1 for each of these. Nice. For the poison, we do use up these. Whoops. And you take 3. You gain a strength. Won't be a problem, though. Okay, you take 2, which is full blocked, but you gain a strength as well. And then you take 0, so we don't need to worry about that. 1. 2 damage. I mean, it is 4 damage. Sorry, it's 5 damage, isn't it? No, it's 4 damage. However, both of these are going to die, so actually it's 0 damage. And more concerningly, you're doing 3. Okay, draw 5 cards. I keep drawing expecting to get good cards, and then they just don't exist, so. Alright. Ooh, Bash exists. Look who made it. Alright, we're gonna dual cast. Use this lightning orb to do 4 damage. Then we're gonna bash that guy and strike that guy, because what else are we gonna do? Which does 4 damage. You're down to 1. Looks good to me. You exhaust. This one retains, actually. This goes away. I'll do 1 damage with this, because why not? Which kills this guy, and I'll use one of these to block, so we're up to 2 block. That's all my energy, but we don't take any damage this turn. Defect takes none anyways this turn. So we can just... I mean, I guess we might as well block. It doesn't matter. The block doesn't do anything. Okay. So you are doing 2 here. That full blocks. End of turn damage. Oh, we do get 1 extra damage. I'm going to put it here. So it just kills all 3 of these. Look, they're all dead. How convenient. And I'm going to go ahead and say we do not have to play next turn. Because I'm willing to bet that I can draw. Okay, fine. Good. We drew enough damage to kill. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at our rewards. We gain 3 gold. And we gain 1 potion, which is how many we used. That's not a very good one yet. And everyone gets a card reward. Don't even know what to do with that. I think we have to take the bludgeon. Just being able to do 7 sometimes seems really good. We don't have damage, so it's gotta come from somewhere. Double energy's back. We missed you. Oh my gosh. None of these are useful. We'll take the leap. At least it's a block card. Okay, time to upgrade. Oh, I didn't choose over here yet. I don't even know what to do with this, man. Do we take the distraction? So sometimes we can block? Do we take the expertise? I don't think so. We've got nothing to spend the energy on. I'm gonna take the distraction. Okay. Fire. What am I doing? Yeah. At the fire, we're gonna upgrade everybody. Only 1 card worth upgrading. Now it only costs 1, luckily. I guess I'm upgrading the bludgeon, because sometimes I gotta kill stuff. And I'm gonna upgrade the static discharge so I can actually get into play, because I've had 2 combats where I couldn't. Oh, it still costs 2. But it is scaling. We do love scaling here. Has the potential to do 9 damage a turn once I get it going. Okay. Another hallway fight. Two, 4, 3. Right, no relic does anything here. So we'll draw 7. Imagine drawing distraction and not drawing anything I can use it with on turn 1. On the plus side, I can full block still. On the minus side, I don't do any damage, which might be a bit of a problem. Okay. I think we'll be playing Bludgeon. And I think we're just going to kill that red slaver and then hope we can block over here. Let's see what we draw here first. Well, there's the static discharge we wanted. It is weirdly good here. Our defect is going to be taking some damage here, short of a miracle that I don't think I can provide. Sorry, defect. It hurt, don't it? Okay, well, if we put static discharge and then play defend. Oh, sorry. This goes into play. I forget how powers worked. That's all of our energy, but it does kill this guy because this does 3 damage at the end of the turn. So now defect's only taking 3 damage. Much more reasonable. I guess I could have used the fire pot and killed this guy. That is 1 less damage. Yeah. Feels maybe a good idea. I might need that fire pot later. Never mind. Okay. Plus, it wastes damage. We can't have that. Alright, let's see what everyone else does here. So, you gain a block. Put one of these on top of my deck. But otherwise, we full block over here, which is nice. You get vulnerable, which is horrifying, and take 3 damage. Okay, let's see what else we get here. 5. 5 damage up here. 4 damage down here. Silent draws 5 cards. Pretty nice. We can now neutralize one of these guys. I'm gonna have to figure out what we're doing. Oh, this is 6 damage actually. Oh, that's a useful defend at least. Okay, that's really good. I think we're going to go all in on our damage here. Which means ball lightning does 1. And grabs us a lightning orb. Hold on, that was the worst place to put that. Hold on. We have to kill these guys. Let's put it here first. Lightning orb. Gives me another lightning orb. At the end of our turn, we're doing 9 damage, which is pretty nice.
Blocking for 3 seems maybe like a good idea. Or we could play dual cast, do 4, but then we'd only do 6 at the end of the turn. So that is equivalent to just playing the strike here for 1. It could be a bit of a problem, actually. An alternative solution is just to block a lot with Silent here. Silent is taking 5. However, simply by playing this and this, we full block. Because distraction kicks in. So then can do 1 damage here. It does apply the weak, but not a big deal. And then we still have enough for a strike, which does another 1 damage here. And we have another strike, because I'm not going to block up here anymore, which that can do 1 damage here. Okay. End of turn, each one of these does 3 damage. That is 3, 3, 3. This gets thrown over there. These both go away. Silent takes 5 damage. And that's it. You're still vulnerable, but it kind of doesn't matter. This goes away at the end of the turn, which is nice. Roll. As a note, at the end of this turn, we do 9 damage, which might just be enough. It would leave you with 1 and kill you. So if I draw any damage here, we're good. Oops. Okay, that's it. Alright, combat over. Did not go that badly, except for Defect taking 3. So actually it went pretty badly. We get 3 monies. That's 5 money, so we'll just exchange that. Bludgeon really helped, which is good. Okay, and then everyone just gets a card reward. The best card in Silence deck. Still have to be able to get in play, though. Demon form. That's not useful. Screw it. We need some kind of scaling. It's gonna be hard to get into play, but whatever. Okay. Another combat. Gremlin Gang. Forgot about you, Gremlin Gang. Let's see what we can do about you. 2 plus 2 is 4. Oh, you're doing 1 to everybody. 4 plus 1. Just 1 here. Oh, another 1. Forgot that could happen. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lovely. So 6 up top, 2 in the middle, 5 on bottom. go ahead and draw. Oh, whoops. I was distracted. Feels nearly impossible to not play Crippling Cloud on the bottom row. I think that's just going to happen, actually. Yeah, let's draw the rest of our cards first, I guess. Wait, I don't know if I shoveled. Dang it. Oh, look, there's a leap. Alright, well, let's do this first and see what happens. Weak poison, poison, poison. Seems pretty good. Alright. So, that immediately gets rid of this, and a lot of this. So now we're taking one from you, and one from you, so that's 2 total. Makes it a lot easier to play Demon Form if we want to. I'm not sure we want to. Top row is a little bit more concerning. Okay, oh, I played this to my discard pile again. There we go. Alright, so that's doing 6 at the end of the turn, which is pretty good. I'd rather take 0 if I could. Yeah, right now we're taking 2. I sure as heck would not want to take 2. Yeah, I don't think we play this Demon Form, which is especially annoying because then I can't even play every card in my hand. We block 1 and we deal 1. This guy dies. So we take 1 less. Actually, if we're blocking 1 anyways, we don't need to hit this guy. Let's hit this guy. I'm going to use a fire pot on him. Not the best potion in the world. Anyways, you die. You do gain invulnerable, but that's fine. Not a big deal. I'm more worried about Silent here, who has 1 card to play, and it's going to be this one. To block for 2. Okay. And then our end of turn effects are going to allow us to be fine here. So all these guys go away. We do 6 damage at the end of the turn, which unfortunately does not kill the looter. That's actually probably for the best. Juniper, welcome in. So lovely to have you here. Hello, friends. How are we doing today? Juniper Raid, Mushling Parade, Juniper Raid, Mushling Parade. Hello, Linkster. It's good to see you too. We are playing some Slay the Spire board game. It's like Slay the Spire, but if it were a board game. Hello again. It's so lovely to see you here. Let me give you a shout out real quick. If y'all don't know Juniper, Juniper is lovely and a wonderful streamer here on Twitch. Make sure you go give Juniper a follow. I can't spell. There we go. Hi, Titan. Is it Titan? No, it's Tiltina, perhaps. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Yep. So this is the Slay the Spire board game. This is not what we normally do here. We normally play Stardew, but this is my variety day. So we are trying to play Ascension 11 in the Slay the Spire board game. There are 13 total Ascensions in Slay the Spire's board game. And so this is the third hardest version, and I'm trying to beat it. It is taking quite a bit of difficulty. I died earlier, so we're in Act 1 again, trying to kill all these fools. We did just drop this guy, though. So that means we're only taking 2 up here, which means we're in a pretty good spot for next turn. We're going to see how it all shakes out here. So first of all, end of turn effects, because everybody here has poison for 1. Everyone's going to take 1 damage. And now it's going to be their turn. So you're going to do 2 damage to Silent. I did block for 2, though, so we're good on that front. You're going to gain 2 strength. We're still vulnerable there, unfortunately. You're going to attack for 0 because of this week. You're going to attack everybody for 0 because of this week. You're going to attack for 1, which we blocked. And then you don't do anything here, so you go down. All right, and now we roll the die for this turn, which is a 4. So now you're attacking for, I'll just make this bigger, a 3 damage. You're attacking everybody for 3 damage. We might have to kill this guy this turn. That hurts. You're attacking for 1. You're attacking everybody for 1 as well. Okay, so 3 damage, 4, 5. You're already dead, so I don't need to worry about it. 6, 7, 8. Oh boy. And you're also attacking everyone for 3 damage. This looks like a lot, but I intentionally kind of weakened everyone beforehand. Silent's taking 10 damage this turn. So we just got to make sure we kill some of those stragglers. That's not really the hand we wanted to do that, but we shall see what we get here. Okay, that's the card we wanted. Bludgeon just allows us to kill this guy straight up, which makes our lives a lot easier. That shouldn't be in my deck. That was from last combat. I forgot to remove it. Not that that's much better anyways. Alright. Okay, so here we go. Bludgeon. I have to play it. Like, I don't think we have a better choice here. I don't know, actually. Because I could do 2, 3, 4 damage. That's still not... Yeah, that's not good enough. This guy's a little worrying up here, actually. Less worrying than this guy dealing 3 damage to everybody, though, huh? Yeah, okay, you're just dead. Save myself a little bit of trouble. Just a minute or 2 ago, Sweeney. Oh, I guess this guy's only doing 2 because he's still weakened. Alright, we're just going to keep doing some more damage here. Unfortunately, that's all Ironclad could do. Because that was 3 energy to do that. So then... I think we're going to strike here. This guy being struck seems like a good plan. This guy being struck seems like a good plan. Oh, wow. We can actually do a lot here. Striking you seems like a good plan. We still have 2 energy left. This one, unfortunately, just gives me a Frost Orb, which is, I mean, nice, but not so good for this. All three of these are going to die at the end of the turn. I feel okay taking one on Ironclad here, because we'll just heal it back. Which means I can just strike you. And then we can have our end of a turn effects rain in, and I think we're okay. Amazing how that worked. Okay. Everything's gonna die. Alright, so end of turn effects. First of all, let's do the poison. You take one, you take one, you take one, you take one. So all of you die. Which means you take 0 here. Oh, speaking of which, you should have grabbed another vulnerable. So you were actually in a lot more danger. Okay. Other end of turn effect. Each one of these, because of my static discharge, does 3. So that's 6 damage in total. So you go away. It's a shame we didn't have any more damage, huh? So Ironclad does take 1, but we're going to heal 1 at the end of combat. And we're done because end of turn effects will kill it by the end of next turn. So we don't have to do anything to win. So that means combat's over. Okay, I don't hate where our deck has ended up. I think it's still not in a great spot, though. Alright, so combat's over. I think we need a little more help still. Okay. We get 3 coins in total. Then we get 2 potions. Huh. I think our Distilled Chaos is actually best here. And then everyone gets a card reward. Oh my goodness. These are still all bad. Okay, let's try here. Who's the boss? This fire breathing is also still just not very good. Wild Strike does 3. That's damage, I suppose. I'm gonna take the fire breathing because there's a boss we could, or an elite we could run into that would save us in. We don't really discard in this deck yet, do we? We have 1 card that discards. I can't take any of these. None of these line up with anything we're doing. I suppose one of them is free damage. Maybe I should have taken that one. Oh boy. I guess we'll take an orb. Not incredible. Maybe our relics can save us. Well, in terms of relics that exist, those are good ones. No, this is more important here. I think we have to fight the elite. If we die to this elite here, it's we weren't gonna beat the boss anyways, so let's do it. Ah, it's the bad one. A 1, you say? I don't need the block this turn, but thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see what we can do here. I think it's pretty important we get distraction in play. Then we can neutralize. which is going to deal 1 damage. Most importantly, apply a weak. Maybe we should have waited on that. Okay, I think we're gonna use our vulnerable potion and then just immediately do 20 damage. That might be the only way we get out of this. At the very least, it's a good start. And we had lanterns, so we can do 1 more damage. Turn 1, Clad does nothing to us, but it does make the rest of the turns extremely difficult. I don't remember. You're the one who did it. No, I'm kidding. Oh, by the way, Juniper, if you do need a raid and run, thank you so much for bringing everyone on over here. But totally understand if you need to go, given you were just streaming for a while, probably. Also, what were you streaming? I didn't even ask. Apologies. This game makes my brain think too much. Does 3 damage here. Getting kind of low. Oh, sounds good. I'm gonna play the Distilled Chaos. I'm pretty sure we die if I don't. Alright, let's draw 3 good cards here. Nope. Those are not the good ones. On the plus side, it does do 2 damage. Alright. Turn 2 time? Yep, okay. Enraged for the rest of combat. After we play a skill, we take a damage. So ideally, we do not want to do that. 6 does nothing. I am going to re-roll that. And hope for, I don't know, something better. 2, we gain a block here. That is a good block to gain. Alright. Lovely Knob is doing 2 to each of us right now. Okay, we are going to play Crippling Cloud, which does do a damage to us. However, we can kind of choose the order things act in when they happen simultaneously. So once per turn when we put a token on an enemy, we do in fact gain 2 block. So we're only going to take 1 from doing that. Because we are putting a token on the enemy. In fact, we are putting 2 of them on the enemy. It's just the 1, yeah. Unfortunately, we can't do anything else. Because if we do anything else, nothing happens. I can't play Footwork because I don't have the energy to do so. If I play a Defend, I take a damage. So basically what ends up happening is I do nothing with that energy. It's fun to see this game on PC from a board game, from a video game, from the idea of a card game. Definitely true. I play the video game a lot too, but I've been really enjoying the board game lately. A lot of the things are structured slightly differently. I mean, like every card does something slightly differently from the video game. And so it's a lot of different thinking you have to do well at the board game compared to the video game. It is a little less balanced, I think, than the video game is, which kind of makes some sense. But it's been very enjoyable. Hope you're doing well, Sori. Welcome in. All right, we draw 5 cards here. This is intriguing. Don't know what I'm going to do with that. We'll come back to that, maybe. Oh, I did forget at the end of last turn to do 3 damage. That's my fault. 2, 3. So let's make sure that's in place there. It's going to be nearly impossible to not play Static Discharge here, because that's going to do an absurd amount of damage. So we're going to do that first. And then the only question... We're not going to play Dual Cast, so that is the whole turn. Then we got to decide what we're doing here. I can play Spot Weakness to give strength to someone. I'm not so sure that's important to do. I think we kill next turn fairly often here. which means the only reasonable thing to do here, I think, is to play Demon Form. Just guarantee we kill next turn. Taking 2 on Ironclad is not that big of a deal. So I use all of my energy to play Demon Form, and I'm happy about that. Can't do anything else here. Can't do anything else here. All right, end of turn. You take 1 from Poison and 9 from Lightning Orbs. The effect is kind of showing off this run a little bit. So yeah, we pretty much guarantee kill next turn, which is nice. Everybody does take 2 though, which means we are losing a little bit of health here. Oh gosh. Didn't think about how low my health was here. Probably gonna have to rest at that campfire. Yeah, everyone took 2. Is there anything I could have done about that? Not really. I think I'm okay with it. All right. 6. Draw 5 cards. Oh, start of turn. I gain a strength on Ironclad. Thanks to Demon Form. Not the best there. And I think we've already won. But just for funsies, I'll play all 3 of these. So that's 8 damage. Yeah, it's over. And then I do 9 more there. Yeah, okay. Ironclad dead. Not Ironclad, sorry. Gremlin Knob dead. Ironclad's still alive, miraculously. Alright, put that away, clean up our deckies. Not exactly how I intended that to go, but okay. Flip that back over. Yeah, once we get Static Discharge into play, and we get all those into play, we actually do a lot of damage, which is kind of important. I'm very much worried about this guy right now. We have some money. I think the fire is better. Then we go to an early shop next act, if we make it there. Alright, anyways. 6. Money, 2 for each character. Everybody gets a relic, so we can distribute these 3 among who wants what. Well, this is just super nice right now, isn't it? I imagine I'm going to be using that immediately. And generally, I like removing cards on silent, and you're the leftovers. Okay, and then everyone gets a card remove, or a card reward. Well, I hate to take a card based on a potion, but I do have a cunning potion and a finisher. We have 0 shivs in this deck so far, though, which makes finisher a lot less appealing. Just with the cunning potion alone, the finisher still does not do that much damage. Like, it only does 3. Assuming I would also probably be playing 2 strikes on that turn. It does 5, which is mediocre. I think I'm going to take the Bouncing Flask. I don't know. We need some way of dealing significant amounts of boss damage, and I think the Bouncing Flask gives us something toward that. We can start stacking some poison. I think we're going to take the Warcry. We have 2 3-cost cards in the deck. It would be really nice to be able to play them separately. So I can use the Warcry to make one appear next turn instead of that turn. Ooh. I find that Storm is just, like, probably the worst power that Defect has, but it is a power. In the board game, I should say. So like ball lightning does what storm does, 2 damage. But it does it in 1 turn, and storm takes 2 turns to do that. Technically 3, because you don't get any benefit from it when you play it. Having said that, there are benefits to just having lots of powers, and storm is in fact a power. I think I am going to take the ball lightning though. The thing I'm doing with lightning right now is really strong, and I kind of just want to keep that going. Okay. And we are done there now. We're going to go to a fire. You are going to rest for 6 health, which is a full heal. Seems pretty good to me. You're going to upgrade probably demon form. Be nice to be able to get that in play. The alternative is... I think it's demon form. Okay, and then you are probably going to remove, actually. I don't know. I don't think there's any upgrade here that's better than removing a card. If I upgrade the footwork, it just gets retain, which is not very useful. The only thing I can think of is the bouncing flask. Just to get more poison on the enemy more quickly. It just adds 1 poison per play, but I mean, that's pretty good. Or we can remove a strike, which I never want to play in my entire life. Sometimes I have to, but I never want to. I'm going to remove the strike. Okay. Now we get a event. Ooh, we got the library. Yeah, we're taking that. That's really good. Kind of wish those were in opposite order, but okay. One of the rules in the game is if you draw the same card reward, you get a different one. So, okay. You're not supposed to be able to get the same card within 1 card reward. That is actually a rule in the game. I did not make that one up. Escape plan's pretty good if we've been removing a lot of strikes. I didn't add that finisher, did I? No. Deadly poison's pretty good if we're trying to get poison down. So let's do that. Combust is back. I don't think Rampage is very good for what we're doing right now. Right now, we're just trying to get Demon Form in play, and then everything, hopefully in a few turns, is doing like 5 damage. So I don't see why Rampage would be much better than anything else. Very few cards in my deck exhaust, sadly. I think eventually we're going to want to be able to exhaust down the deck. So I think True Grit is actually going to be the one we pick here. And we can also put the block anywhere we want to. So that's a thing we can do. Alright, not the best choices there, though. Alright, 5 here. Didn't expect that to come up again already. Man, it really does not want me to have good cards in this deck, does it? Okay. I think we're just taking the FTL. FTL is just like +1 damage sometimes. Like, it's not good. Is the double energy worth taking? I think double energy is worth taking and potentially upgrading. If we can make it through this elite fight. Thank you, library. All right. That is, I think, the one we wanted. Mr. Algo Streamer Dance. Hello, Magnolia. Welcome in. Hope you're having a fabulous day so far today. All right, we got the 5. 5 does 3 damage here. 6 damage here. Thanks, Defect, for dying on me. And then 3 damage here. What were you hoping for with the stack check there? 666 or 669? Okay. Oh, we should have healed 1 at the end of the combat last time. Forgot about that. Let's go ahead and draw 7. Okay, we take 1, but I think it's worth it to play Distraction, Crippling Cloud. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, that gives us 2 there. I'm pretty sure we're putting it here. Because, yeah. 6 damage is a lot. And this immediately brings it down to 4 damage. Okay, draw 5. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those were not the ones I wanted to draw on this turn. We do have 4 energy this turn, so we can block for 2 and bash for next turn. I don't know. That doesn't seem very good. Draw 5 here. We can retain the double energy for next turn, which is the thing I can do, I suppose. We can only block for 1, though. That hurts. And we do 1 damage. Can't really do damage anywhere else, so kind of doesn't matter where I put this. I'm going to trust that we're going to need it here next turn. Yeah, it seems reasonable. Alright. We're going to block for 1 and bash this guy. Okay, this gets retained. Everything else gets discarded, including all that, unfortunately. Right, we didn't actually have them in the right spot yet. How are you doing today, by the way, Magnolia? Hope you're having a lovely day so far. All right, and let's go next turn. Actually, I don't know why I'm rolling for next turn. We have to do all this first. All right, Silent is taking 3 and getting 2 of these put on top of the deck. We did block for 2. Okay. End of turn effects. You. 1, 2. And you're getting 1 of these and taking 4. And that goes away, and that goes away. And you're getting 2 of these and taking 3. We did not draw very well. Okay. I'm not accepting that. So we're going to re-roll. 6 is good. Okay. So, fun fact, it's the same. No, it's not. So now you're doing 6 again, and you're doing 5. And ideally, we want most of these guys to be dead by the end of this turn. So let's hope that works out for us. Not a good start. That's better. Okay, I like that. We're gonna double energy immediately, which will put us at 4. Annoyingly. We're gonna static discharge, which puts us at 2. We're going to ball lightning, which is at 1 energy, adds another lightning, and does the damage. Very good. And then we're gonna stack. I don't know where I'm gonna stack yet, so I'm gonna hold off on that. This will just exhaust at the end of the turn, as will all of these. And these. We might need to stack on Silent, actually. Maybe not. This is kind of annoying. Defect had an amazing turn, luckily, but everyone else is kind of struggling here. We'd very much like to do 1 damage here. So I think one of my things here is going to do 1 damage here. Because now that guy's dead to the poison. Who's doing the damage? This guy? Yeah. Alright, let's do that then. The other damage is going to go here. And then I can block, but it's not going to end up mattering. Ironclad is going to... I'd prefer not to take 3 if I can avoid it. 2 is not great either, though. Well, I don't know why I put that down there, like I knew what I was going to do there. Okay. So stack gives 3 block. Let me more correctly update what's going on now. We're taking 3 here. We're currently taking 5 here. I'm trying to figure out where this bludgeon needs to go to minimize the amount of damage I take. It probably should go here, but this guy's already vulnerable. So it feels bad to use the bludgeon there and deal 20 damage when I only need to do 5. Okay, I'm going to do the end of turn effects now. It feels weird to do it ahead of time, but also I need to see where everyone stands. So these are the end of turn effects. You die, because I'm doing 2 of them there, and I've got 2 more somewhere, or 1 more somewhere. I have to decide where it's going. Unfortunately, I can't quite kill this guy. So someone's taking damage here, unfortunately, and I think it's probably going to be Ironclad. Unless I want to rest with Defect. Because if I'm resting with Defect, because I have this lovely thing here, taking 3 on Defect does nothing. Because I full heal. We haven't even decided where this 3 damage is going. So we have 13 damage to distribute as a 3 and a 10. And I have to figure out where that's going to go. Frankly, all these guys are terrifying right now. No, that's the worst thing I could do. We're gonna bludgeon this guy. I'm out of ideas. I'm just gonna bludgeon him. Okay, and then the other 3 damage, I guess, is going here. I'm gonna put it here. Okay, we did the rest of the end of turn effects. I gained 3 block here. Let's do our end of things, or what you're doing this turn, which is the enemy is going to do that to silent. It's going to put one of these on defects deck and do 3 damage, which we block. You're going to put one of these on Ironclad's deck and do 2 damage, which we did not block. Okay. Next turn, another 6. We are in a good position then. You're doing 3. You are just doing 0 actually, because we got to move you down 1. All right, let's draw. Dang, that fire breathing could have been here a little earlier, huh? We are going to put the fire breathing in play, though. Because next turn that becomes very nice. And then I guess we're going to twin strike. You die this turn if we do that. Might as well do that then. And then we draw 5 here. Is there anything worth searching here? Not really. I'm gonna exhaust, dual cast ball lightning. So we do 5 damage. One, 2. Just make sure these guys die. I'm tired of them. And then 3, 4. Okay, this is gonna exhaust. These 2 are gonna exhaust. I guess I'm playing footwork, because it does something. Oh, backflip and then footwork. There we go. How did I know it was there? You're irrelevant. End of turn effects. You're dead. You're dead. To the poison. You exhaust. Alright, then we do 3 damage 3 times. I'm just gonna kill this guy. 2 times, and then drop you to 5. Alright. And you guys, you're going to put 1 on top of there, and you're going to put 3 on top of Ironclad's deck. That's fine with me. We rolled a 3. So now you're doing 3 damage here, and you're going to do 5 damage. I forgot to move this guy. Can then erase you. Right. So draw 5 cards. All right. That's not amazing, but we can full block there. 1, 2, 3. We're probably not going to need to. 4, 5. All right. By drawing all 3 of these, each one does 2 damage. I'm just going to do 6 here. You are my least favorite guy. I feel like Demon Form isn't really relevant in this fight because we bottom decked it, but that's okay. We can do 1 more damage. And let's draw over here. With a 3, this is a Frost Orb, which we don't really care about. I think we're going to play Leap, actually, because that gives us 2 block. Oops. And it lets us switch places with Ironclad. And even though it's not true at the moment, Ironclad is only going to be taking 2 damage in that row and can't block otherwise. So, seems like a good play. We're then going to Survivor and discard you, and then play Neutralize, and then I guess these 2 just exhaust. Survivor blocks for 3 because of my footwork. Neutralize does 1 damage, which I'm just going to put here because we're already full blocking, so we don't need the weak. And then we can... Oh. I mean, it didn't really matter, but I guess we could have struck as well. It's not going to end up really mattering at all. Okay, and then we do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damage. They're going to full block the damage, and then I don't reasonably need to play the next turn because my end of turn effect does more damage than they have health. So we're done. Couple lucky rolls on that one, to be honest. We did end up taking a little damage, though. All right, end of combat, we gain a health. All 3 of these end up in here. Literally not where I put it, but thank you. Thanks for trying. Okay, everything looks good. Everything is wound up. All right. Everyone gets 2 coins, which is 6 in total. Everybody gets a relic. That's a good one. That one's awful. That one's okay. Everyone's got curses in their deck. I think we actually prefer... I don't know, Silent doesn't have any attacks. I guess this is going here. Ugh. Silent will very likely have attacks later. I'm just going to go for it. You still have all your strikes? No, you don't. You do. So at least they do 10. Let's put this here. I'm sure it's okay. All right, and then card rewards. This works really well with distraction because it allows us to gain 2 block at the start of every turn, no matter what. It also works pretty well with the poison thing we got going on so far. It is admittedly extremely slow, but we're gonna take it anyways. Okay, 3 cards here. I don't like any of these. We kind of do need another source a week, though, so I am going to take the clothesline. Hopefully it is at least relevant a few times. Well, gosh darn it, man. We are just not getting the good ones, are we? Barrage does damage when I draw it sometimes. I don't know if 3 damage is really the thing I care about, though. We don't exactly have strength or anything. Funnily enough, if I had a barrage in my deck, I might have taken the thing that gives me strength. I think this charge battery very often just is 2 block for free. Sometimes I feel like we need that. Okay. Bye, enemies. I missed it. It's like, why is it not happening? Alright, campfire. Remove a strike. Still correct, I think. Upgrade. The spot weakness is not very good because... Well, really, we just don't need it. I don't even know what to upgrade then. I'm going to upgrade Twin Strike. Because right now my goal is to get strength and hit them with Twin Strike. I was kind of hoping it would be 1-1-1, but I'll accept this. The double energy is actually a fairly good upgrade here. Nothing else is a very good upgrade. Yeah. Alright, let's fight our boss. Holiday music seems very appropriate here. 4. None of our relics care about 4. Oh, I'm just now realizing that my poison does nothing against the shield here. Which is, like, legitimately very important for us to break. Because we just die if we don't. Well, hopefully we draw Bludgeon on turn 2. That's my opinion. Okay, that's not even enough. Is that 18 block? Hold on. That is 18 block. I'm pretty sure the most the Guardian can have is 20, right? Hold on. Does that rule not apply to everybody? Can't gain or apply any more tokens. Really? If you run out of weak tokens? That can't be right. I'm learning stuff. A Dark Orbs +1 for each power in play isn't affected by abilities like Consume or Amplify. I don't know what that means. Wait, Abacus can be used in events? Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever done that. I knew that, I think, but I just haven't thought about it. Alright, I'm getting myself confused just by reading here. I want to look at the quick rules here. Max 24 players. Okay. But it's not true for enemies. That's what I was confused about. Alright, anyways. We draw 5, 6, and 7 cards here for the start of our turn. It's going to be bad for next turn, but we're going to get both of these in play, I think. I think it's important to do that. And I think we probably should not draw any more cards. Okay, we have 4 energy. We're going to Warcry. I ain't good. Might have to use this next turn. We don't have to use it yet, though. We do have to put something on top of our deck, though. And I think it's going to be the defend. Nah, it's going to be the strike. Because I think this turn... Ooh, I think we should bash for next turn, actually. Yeah, so let's wait until we get everything else done here. One damage. Getting started. Gonna get rid of this Wraith. We're gonna play another strike for another 1 damage. Not a really good draw to start things out, but at least we're done with it now. There are too many cards I can draw here, would be really bad for me to get. Yeah. So I'm not going to play Backflip. I'm just going to play Strike instead. Okay. I have to shuffle this because I looked at it. Alright, and then we're going to play Twin Strike for 4 damage. And then bash for 2 and leave it vulnerable for next turn, which is going to be hopefully pretty important. Okay. Alright. Oh, I kind of forgot that it does damage this turn. Hold on. That might change what I'm doing here. We would have played a block card instead of the strike. So, let's do that. I entirely forgot it did damage this turn. Great. I'm just gonna take it on Ironclad. We'll be fine. This is slightly more interesting. Yeah, I don't care at all about striking. Yeah, we can full block here. -1 strike damage, but otherwise full block. There we go. I completely forgot it did damage on this turn. Alright, everyone takes 2. You gain 18 block, which I would very much not like you to have by the start of your turn next turn. I mean, 3 is fine. Doesn't really make a difference, I guess. Okay. Start of the turn, we do apply a poison. And we gain 2 block by applying that poison. We then draw 5 cards. Unfortunately, those aren't the very good ones. Okay, we draw 5 cards here. Cool, we've got strikes in our deck. I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to use the snack oil here. Oh my gosh. We had to draw that bludgeon. But that basically solves the problem now. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we had to draw the bludgeon. There was nothing else we could have done there. Okay. So we're going to play the bludgeon for all of our energy. It's going to do 20 damage, which immediately gets rid of all this block and does 2 more damage. How nice of it. Okay. It was here, by the way. And so at the start of its next turn, it's going to enter defensive mode. Unfortunately, we've done everything we can here. That's kind of why we have that potion. Oh, I'm going to use this potion too. Screw it. I'm going to exhaust 3 cards. We had 2 strikes and a defend. I'm just getting them out of my deck. I don't want to see those again. For this combat, at least. Alright, and since we do not have to worry about dying this turn, I'm going to play my Crippling Cloud. And I guess a strike. And then over here, we're going to Ball Lightning. And I guess nothing else we do here really matters. I don't know. I arguably, because I just drew all my block cards, I should maybe give myself a Frost Orb instead. Yeah. Okay. It'll still do 2 damage. So 1 for the Ball Lightning, 2 more for evoking it. And none of this really matters, unfortunately. Oh, maybe I should have held on to those, actually. Hold on. I have the pyramid. Yeah. Never mind. It's the whole idea of having this pyramid. Next turn I will have block cards. Probably enough for everybody. Alright, that's the turn. These go away. So you do nothing this turn. You end up here. I do... Oh, this should be here, by the way. I do 4 damage at the end of your turn. I was at 7. Yeah, okay. We roll the die. 5 is fine. Okay, we are going to play... Oh yeah, start of the turn. We add a poison. We gain 2 block. You're supposed to be weakened too. Yeah, you haven't attacked yet, so. I am going to play Neutralize, which I lose a block for. But I apply another weak and do a damage. Just 1 damage, right? Yeah. Okay, and then we're going to play Footwork, Survivor, with the remaining energy we have, which is going to gain us 3 more block. So we're good on that. Okay, Ironclad, you're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I think we just died. Nope, we didn't die, but it's not good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy crap. All right, play that. 1, 2. Sweeney, never, ever, ever go into someone's chat and say that. That is just... What are you doing? We're playing a different game. Of course, chat's going to be a little more quiet. That doesn't spark discussion. It just annoys me. All right. Let's put this back on top. And what do we have to do here? I think we're probably playing double energy. Just to get everything down. Because we'd very much like to block. We can play charge battery right now to gain 2 block. Yeah, I'm going to play double energy. And just probably play like all of these. Because this stack needs to go here. For sure. Okay, we're not full blocking yet. It would not be hard to. Enthralled. There you go. Well, come in your name here. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, it's only doing 2 damage. I forgot because I have a weak token on it. It's only doing 3 next turn. I am going to... I can't play an attack. I mean, there's not really any attacks I want to play in this hand. How much health does it have? Still has 110. We'll start doing a lot more damage later, but I'd really like to start doing a lot of damage now. Of course, I bottom decked my damage here. Okay, I'm actually going to play this. Put this in play. Get myself a 2 damage, but more block for next turn, because I am in fear of dying. And then I'm going to dual cast Zap. So that dual casts this and replaces it. For another 2 energy. And it does 6. No, sorry, 4. It goes to 6 is what I was going to say. And then we can strike defend to even it out. So we just do 1 damage. We take a damage, but we block it. Okay, luckily you're full blocking here. Spot weakness, unfortunately, does nothing. Fire breathing, at the very least, goes into play now. This gets retained. This was a very unfortunate ironclad turn, but we're alive. Alright, end of turn effects. We do 3 poison damage and 1 lightning damage for 4 in total. Okay, and you do 2 damage to everybody. You block 2. You block all of it. And you definitely block all of it. Ooh, that's a lot of lag. Alright, let's go ahead and roll. So everyone is taking 3 this turn. Silent drops another poison down and blocks for 2. And then draws 5 cards. Wow. Not the most and not the best hand I've ever drawn there. 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't seem like it. I think we're gonna block 2 here, so we live. Or block 3, rather. And that is unfortunately gonna be my turn. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, it's stack again. We are going to get stack discharge in play. That's very important. And then if I play stack, I block for 2. Arguably, we could have played bludgeon, actually. I don't know. We're getting a lot of stuff down. I think we just accept this is going to be a weak turn. Outside, this goes away. This also exhausts. We full block here. Pretty candidly. You are doing... gaining a strength. And doing 3 damage to everybody. Full block. Full block. Oh, I didn't actually block here yet, but yeah. In fact, I can play 2 defends and a strike and actually do a damage. Doesn't really make a difference. And I will full block, which then is blocked. Okay. All right, let's roll for this turn. Oh, I didn't do end of turn effects either. Oh, end of turn effects got better. We do 3 7 damage here. Now you're at 103 health. All right, let's draw 5. Okay, you're doing 3 damage. We are no longer in defensive mode, so I can play this freely. Which now you're only doing 2 damage to everybody. Then I can play Bouncing Flask to add 2 more poison. We're adding 3. So we're actually at 7 poison now. And then we can play this to full block. Oh, we didn't even need to play that, did we? No, we could have just played the strike for another damage. Sounds good to me. Because we gain 2 block when we put the token on. Okay, draw 5 here. Did I just die? Oh my gosh. Can't die to this mode. Can I? We have 1 block. You're doing 2 damage. So we're alive. Okay. That's annoying. Scary, but not dead. Okay, we can ball lightning. Which gives me 2 block. And does 2 damage. Absolutely worth it to get this thing rolling here. And that's the whole turn, unfortunately. I think we're giving the spot weakness to ourselves. Oh, we can't if we want to bash. I think we want to bash for next turn. I don't know if we need to, actually. We know we're drawing all these next turn. I'm going to spot weakness, twin strike, defend. So spot weakness, defend first. Grab myself a strength. And then we are going to defend to get 1 block. And then we're going to twin strike for 3, 6 damage. Unfortunately, I can't guarantee I'm going to do a ton of damage next turn, but hopefully we can. We have some backup potions if we need them. Okay, 1 backup potion. All right. End of turn, we do 9 damage. And then an additional 7. All right, we're in a good spot here. Okay, everybody takes 2 damage. Perfect. And you gain 18 block. Unfortunately, the poison does nothing to the block. If we can break this block, then we easily put it into defensive mode and we should be fine. The problem is, if we can't break this block, we probably just lose here. So, let's break the block. Roll the die. Doesn't really matter what we get anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's pretty good neutralize. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, the bludgeon makes things a lot easier. Actually, I don't know if we want the bludgeon here. No, the bludgeon does the most damage, for sure. Even with the 6 from the twin strike and the... Oh, it's so close, actually. Why is that so close? Hold on, this does 4 and this does 6, so this does 10, and the bludgeon does 11 with the... It's hilariously close. Yeah, so we're good now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One thing I kind of want to check is if I can maybe play the demon form, but I don't think we're going to be able to. Is there anything here I really want to draw? Not really. We can draw the dual cast, then replace it. How much damage would that lead to? 4? 4 plus 9, 10, 11, 12? That's not enough. I did forget to do this, by the way. At the start of the turn, we add 1 more poison. We are definitely going to neutralize now before it goes into defensive mode. Okay. I really should have bashed last turn. Didn't think I was going to need it. Okay, and then you get weakened. We're going to put another poison on. Up to 9 damage from poison. That only cost me 1 energy so far. I'm going to backflip. Good. Nothing useful. Alright, and then we strike. For another 1 damage. We block for 2, not that it's going to matter. Okay, we only have 3 energy, so we're playing the bludgeon for 10. It's not as much as I thought it would be. Okay. It's actually 11, because we have a strength. Unfortunately, we can't do anything else this turn on Ironclad. And I suppose I should just Zap Strike. That does 2, 3 damage, which leaves you with 2 left, which would be a problem if I didn't have end of turn effects. Which do 9 damage from the lightning. So 9 minus 2 is 7. Oh, well. We were on 7. I probably could have noticed that, huh? Alright, and then an additional 9 points of damage from the poison, which has finally caught up. You're at 51 health. That knocks you out of there. And that is the end of all the turns, right? Yeah. So as a result of that, you now go into defensive mode. You are doing 3 points of damage to everybody. And let's see what we get. 1 is actually pretty good, because we gain a block here for free. It's not impossible we could kill this turn, although I don't like my odds for it, so we're probably going to need a block on Ironclad. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess we're going to have to block here, too. Alright, I did forget we have to put the poison on. We are now up to 10 poison. I'm just going to do it with 2 5s. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I play an attack, I take a damage is another thing to consider here. So I could just play this right now and die, but I'm not going to do that. We didn't really draw any block, did we? Gotta draw it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, so... So I should have healed on Ironclad, it seems. It seems likely I probably should have healed on Ironclad. Okay. I can gain 1 block, but I'm still taking 3. So we're going to have to kill this guy. And it doesn't look like we probably can. Especially with this draw. What on earth is this? Well, we can do 1 damage here. So there's that. We can do... This one's especially weird because I have to block first. So I can only play this strike if I want to spot weakness. Which makes it kind of worthless to spot weakness, actually. The strike does do 2 damage. So we can True Grit Bash, we can True Grit Spot Weakness Strike, or we can True Grit Clothesline. The Clothesline does 4. The strike would do 3. Oh, the strike would also do 4, wouldn't it? Yeah, +1, 1, 2, and then we'd have 2 of these, so 4. It's already weakened, though, so... Getting the weak down isn't that big of a deal. But, I mean, it's just the same. The only thing we could do is bash, and then if we have another attack, it does more damage. Okay, that makes things a little confusing, but let's arguably say the best we can do is 4 damage here. What do we have? We have a 1. So this is a lightning orb. So I could do 4... Technically 5 damage before end of turn effects. And then end of turn effects are not incredible. I mean, they're great. 10. $19 plus 9 plus 1. 29. That is not equal to 52. Not even close. I can give the strength over here and then use the cunning potion. That does an extra 4 damage. That also not very useful. Oh, sorry. It does an extra 7 damage. That's still not enough. Not even close. Seven plus 29 is, yeah. Alright, we died. Again, to the boss. I think I need to rest more often. Also, I think my Ironclad decks need to be better. And I really thought we were in a good position there. I needed to draw, like, a block card, either here or here. I should have seen ahead of time. Had I played the, what do you call this thing? The overclock last turn, I would have drawn 2 of these cards last turn. So then there's a decent chance. Basically, it would have added 2 to my draw this turn. And I'm... What the heck is going on? Oh. I might have been able to draw something. No, okay, probably not. Because I have 2 cards in this deck. Wait a minute. Chat, there's a leap in my hand. What am I doing? I can block. What am I doing? I forgot how leap works. Hold on. All is not lost. All right. We're gonna True Grit the strike and then play Spot Weakness for another strength here, I suppose. Although this is probably not the best place to put it anymore. You're gonna be able to play things. Okay, and then we play Leap over here for 2. And that gives you 2 more block. And then I can't really block over here very well, but I don't die, so there's that. Defend. We take 1 more. We'll take 1 here. Not the end of the world. And we might as well play this to do 2 more damage. Okay. Well, that's a change of things. I forgot how Leap worked. I'm so dumb. Okay, and then we can play... We already have 2 block from putting that thing on, so we can play the Strike for 1 damage. And then, like, we've got a lot of block here, so have fun. We've got enough. We only needed the 3. All right. Okay, end of turn effects. You take 10 from that, and 9 from that, which means almost certainly you're going to die next turn. I really hope so. Because you do 3 to everybody. Ironclad just barely blocks. Thank you, Leap. That's why you add a Leap to your deck. And Defect does take 1. Okay, now everybody's taking 5. Ideally, he dies, so it won't be a problem. But we'll see how that goes. Okay, we're gonna Bouncing Flask to put 3 more poison on. And hopefully that's all we have to do. Oh, you do gain 2 block, so then I can strike to 2 to do 2. Which probably seems worth it. Okay, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't play Bludgeon because it will actually kill me. Unless Defect draws something to block for me. I don't think it'll matter though. We are currently doing 22 damage. Oh, we do need to do a little bit more. What? Is that even possible? This is absurd. Is that enough? I think it's enough. Okay. We play Defend to block for 2, and then Clothesline does 4 damage. This is actually not enough damage, is it? That is shocking. What? Oh, we might actually have to block here. Ironclad can't block. Oh my gosh, is this for real? We didn't draw a single damage card? It could have been any of these remaining cards. I didn't even know this was a possible draw. Okay, well, I might have done the math wrong. I did do 2 with this, right? Oh my god, this matters so much. I might have to go check the VOD. Because I do have a strength here. Okay, I have a cunning potion. I guess that's what I have to use if this doesn't work out. Let's just do the end of turn effects now and see what happens. I mean, you can block. That won't be a problem. Alright. Let's see. This does 13 damage. This does 9 damage. This is absurd. Okay. I needed 1 more damage. None of these cards deal damage. You're out of energy. Do I have to play all 3? Kind of terrifyingly, I have to play all 3, which means I take damage. I don't... Nah, that's dumb. I only need to play 1. And it dies. These are technically end of turn effects, but I don't think I have to play all 3 attacks. Alright, it's dead. Woo! I wouldn't have died, but it's very annoying that I'm 1 damage short and I had to use my cunning potion. But we made it. We got through the boss fight. Let's play some cleanup. Somehow that boss countered us, I think. I think that not being able to play attacks easily was really painful. And I think no matter what, Ironclad absolutely needs a... What the heck just happened? Okay. Absolutely needs a energy relic here. Let's get our money first. We get 6 gold. Yay. And we get 4 boss relics to choose from. We can only get 1 per character, though. We didn't draw a single complete energy relic, did we? Game is actually trying to hurt me. Snecko is usually really good here, though, so yeah. We're gonna take this here, which it'll get used up here, and then I don't know. What are you even getting, man? Frozen Core feels good on defect, but the Black Blood might be better. If you think about what these are doing, we gain a block at the end of the turn, right? Is what Frozen Chord's doing. So sometimes that's blocking damage. But I would say most of the time it's probably not. But every time that's blocking damage, if it doesn't block damage more than twice per combat, Black Blood is actually better, right? Or equal at least. I'm gonna take Black Blood. I think that is actually gonna be more useful here. Okay, and 3 transforms on Silent. I am getting all of these things out of here, and you're gonna give me some good cards. I don't want any of these strikes anymore. They're all better than strike. They're especially good with footwork in play. We finally have some shivs. Alright, and then everyone gets a rare card reward. Unload is here. It does not feel like it's the best possible time for Unload to be here, but it is one of the best rares that Silent has. In the board game, I should clarify, because it is not very good in tabletop. I'm sorry, in the video game. Yes, I see. Yes. We're gonna take the double tap. I don't think anything else here really is good. And the double trap triggers sometimes, but not most of the time. But sometimes. Defrag has arrived. Defrag makes my lightning orbs do 1 more damage at the end of the turn, which is just not very good. It's plus 3 damage per turn when I have all those lightning orbs out. Core Surge for 1 lets me do 3 damage. Probably about as often. Vision is probably what I'm taking here. Wish Defrag was better in this. Shouldn't cost 3. It's really good with Frost Orbs. It's just not very good with Lightning Orbs. But even with Frost Orbs, it's not that incredible. You can go from 3 block at the end of turn to 6. It's like if you're blocking for 3 at the end of the turn anyways, you're probably okay. And then your orbs aren't doing anything else. All right. That looks like a fiery, fun-filled act for another time. We're going to save that real quick. And I think we're going to go ahead and end stream there, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm tired after all that, and I need probably some foods in me. So let's go ahead and see who's live, and I can send you on over there. We do have a Leela. Yeah, let's raid into Leela. Leela's doing pretty well, I think. Leela is in the middle of a CC run that's just about over. So we can go see the end of that. Thank you everyone so much for hanging out today. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll catch you guys all in the future. Bye for now, everybody.